LH2 has resumed flow slowly into the tank. Engineers opening that valve manually to allow that liquid hydrogen to flow into the tank. Again, checking to see if the latest troubleshooting, which was also the first troubleshooting plan, but trying it a second time to see if that's going to result in reseating a bullnose connection on an 8-inch hydrogen line into a seal that currently has a hydrogen leak. The liquid hydrogen team keeping the test director informed of all updates, and we are passing them along to you in real time. This is Artemis Launch Control. connection with the hydrogen line did not work. Again, the second attempt to warm up that connection for a half hour and then hit it with cryos in order to get the bullnose connector to reseat in the seal did not work. LHY, the liquid hydrogen team, reporting to the NASA test director that as soon as they resumed flow, when they added any pressure at all, they saw the leak return. So that's the third troubleshooting attempt. Two of them the same, the first and the third. That team now is discussing next steps. This is Artemis Launch Control. launch control. The engineering team is updating the NASA test director about the situation with the hydrogen leak. We should have an update shortly. This is Artemis Launch Control. The launch team has, presented a recommendation of no-go for launch to NASA Test Director and Launch Director. We are currently waiting a decision by Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Stand by for that. Condition for launch today to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She is conferring with Mike Serafin from the mission management team. Expecting a decision shortly. is Artemis Launch Control. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson addressing her team just a few minutes ago. Says she has received their no-go recommendation, but wants to hold off. Some additional thoughts, conversations are being developed about the situation, where the rocket stands, and said she will revisit it momentarily. Currently, we're in acceptable condition to hold. The launch team has the liquid oxygen in a stop flow configuration, safe at this time, and just awaiting a final a decision from the launch director at this time. This is Artemis Launch Control. This is Artemis Launch Control. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson just called a scrub for the launch attempt today, the second launch attempt. Again, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson calling a scrub for the day here at the Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39B. The team now going into the cutoff procedure after being unable to resolve a hydrogen leak. The vehicle is safe. NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding now putting the team into a configuration to drain the propellants from the tank. Liquid oxygen reached a 100% state, and so the priority will be given to draining that tank. And currently they are underway. Again, we have a scrub for the day, a cutoff. The launch attempt of Artemis 1. We're working on a post-scrub interview. Please stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control. This is Artemis launch control. Again, the launch attempt, the second launch attempt of the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft has been scrubbed. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson making the decision a little less than 10 minutes ago. Her team is now working to detank the rocket. Liquid oxygen reached 100% filled. Core stage only made it to roughly 11% before a hydrogen leak was detected. That leak detected at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is focused and working diligently on the drain conditions. Since there was a leak in this line, the supply line, it is also the drain line. And so launch team taking care to make sure that they work that procedure, taking that into consideration, I should say. This is Artemis Launch Control. control.
Tonight, our team has an amazing inside look and incredible access into the high-stakes Artemis mission, which is set for what could be a historic test launch on Monday. What does the next-generation race to the moon mean for the future of humans in space? Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez has this in-depth report.
It's been more than half a century since we pioneered a way to the moon.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
In 6 remarkable missions under the Apollo program, America landed 12 men on the lunar surface and changed the very nature of what humans are capable of.
There's a huge sequence of events that has to happen. It really changes their perspective on everything.
It's a dream come true.
Now NASA's next era of lunar exploration, called Artemis, is set for liftoff, and it will push the bounds of humanity and our place in the cosmos.
You're answering questions that just really haven't been answered before. Everybody is just focused but also excited to be where we are.
This time, we're going to the moon to stay. NASA's goal is to establish a permanent moon base that will be the gateway to Mars and beyond.
We're going to the lunar South Pole, where we're hoping to find in-situ resources that we can use. We're planning to set up a base camp there on the surface of the moon and develop technologies and operational practices that will set us up to go further on to Mars.
And a next-generation space race is brewing, this time not between the US and Russia, but NASA, SpaceX, and China's secretive moon mission. All that starts with NASA's first Artemis test flight Monday that will send an uncrewed spacecraft around the moon to ensure all systems are go before the first mission with astronauts aboard in 2024. To get there, NASA will be using its highly anticipated Space Launch System, or SLS. It's the world's most powerful rocket, 36 stories high, and exceeds the mighty Saturn V of the Apollo program in many ways.
We have a lot going on, but we need to stop and be in that moment and celebrate that success, because the team that makes that possible, they've been working on this for years.
Years of work to design a spacecraft like the Orion Crew Capsule, the mission's human-rated module that can support up to 4 astronauts.
This system is a blend of technologies. It utilizes material systems that have heritage all the way back to the Apollo era. Very similar chemistry. Physics are still the same 50 years later.
The only difference is the size. Apollo had 3 astronauts. Our vehicle can carry 4.
And when all that rocket fuel ignites, well, you know what comes next.
The rocket kicks off, we eject the solid rocket boosters, the launch abort system comes off Orion. The whole rocket is trying to get these 2 pieces into Earth orbit. So just one lap around the Earth, checking them both out. Our mission control will make sure everything's healthy. We're committed to the moon after only 90 minutes. Right after that, Orion is going to separate from the upper stage, and Orion will continue on its way to the moon.
The journey will take Orion 3 days before it reaches the moon in the quiet of space. On future Artemis missions with astronauts aboard, Orion will link up with a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the moon called Gateway.
Gateway is going to be a lunar outpost around the moon. It will be a permanent space station.
Here, astronauts will be able to transfer from the Orion capsule to their lunar lander spacecraft and maintain strong communications with Earth.
We bring an Orion vehicle in, that drops off the crew, and then we have a lander. Right? 4 crew will come up in Orion, 2 will stay on Gateway, 2 will go down to the surface. Designed
to be expanded, the station can add more modules if and when new missions and partnerships develop.
For many years, we've had this wonderful, global presence with our International Space Station. Gateway gives us an opportunity to create a permanent lunar presence and continue that international cooperation.
The Gateway Station will also be capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to all regions of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do.
Behind us, we've got the Halo module that's actually being built by Northrop Grumman. This right here is our training module that will go over at the Johnson Space Center for our crews.
The station is still here on Earth, with an expected launch no sooner than November of next year. For this first test flight, the Orion capsule will simply gather data on deep space radiation levels as it orbits the moon's surface from a close distance.
So we're going to do a close approach to the moon. We'll only be about 60 miles from the surface of the moon.
The Orion capsule will also fly by the dark side of the moon, where it will break the max distance record of a human-rated spacecraft, set by Apollo 13 in 1970. From there, it's a careful trek back to Earth. The capsule will be traveling at 32 times the speed of sound and will need to slow down. A gigantic heat shield protects everything inside from re-entry temperatures that exceed 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's very effective at isolating heat, rejecting the heat of re-entry, even at those energy levels, and protecting the spacecraft and the crew.
Parachutes finally deployed to bring the craft to a comfortable 20 miles per hour for touchdown off the coast of San Diego. This first Artemis mission is expected to take 42 days to complete.
This mission being successful is a sign to the world and to the American people that we've been doing our best with your resources, and so thank you. We owe them.
And while no humans are on board the Orion capsule just yet, candidates at NASA are busy preparing for a lunar mission in the near future, performing tasks and exercises in one of the world's deepest pools to mimic lunar conditions for astronauts. The Artemis program will put the first woman and person of color on the moon and lay the foundation for crewed missions to Mars and beyond.
I love any opportunity we have to work together and cooperate, and it kind of puts us above space above it all. And something I've heard every astronaut I've talked to and asked about their time in space has said when they look back at Earth and see how fragile it is and how beautiful and wonderful it is, it really changes their perspective on everything.
60 years after that iconic JFK speech.
For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. And we have vowed that we shall not see it governed by a hostile flag of conquest, but by a banner of freedom and peace.
A new hope about the promise and possibility of space to unite us once again.
And as we leave the moon and towards Retrieval, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind.
And thanks to Gio Benitez for that in-depth report. And be sure to tune in to ABC News Live Monday morning. Gio and our team will have you covered as they count down to the Artemis launch. Coverage begins at 8 a.m. on ABC News Live.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
There's something remarkable going on in a remote corner of southeast Texas. Something vast and visionary. Just above the sand dunes of Boca Chica Beach, one of the world's richest men is building starships to take humans back to the moon and onto Mars.
For the first orbital launch, our goal is to make it to orbit without blowing up. To be totally frank, if it takes off without blowing up the stand, stage 0, that would be a victory. Please do not blow up on the stand.
I think what you're seeing is organized chaos. And what you're seeing really is the personality of Musk writ large. He doesn't really care if it's messy. He doesn't really care if it appears to be chaotic. He's trying to go forward into the future as fast as possible.
Elon Musk is building his massive starships through trial and error.
Oh God, no! No!
Starship does not have anyone on board, so we can load things up. That's really helpful. We actually want to push the envelope, and if you don't push the envelope, you cannot achieve the goal of a fully and rapidly reusable rocket.
This year, Musk won a multi-billion-dollar NASA contract for his Starship to be their moon lander. One former NASA boss is not convinced.
The difficulty for me as a huge fan of SpaceX, but a huge skeptic about Starship, is the fact that it's so big, it's so massive. If Neil Armstrong were alive today to talk to them, he would probably say, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But the self-titled chief engineer of SpaceX keeps proving his doubters wrong. It's called New Space because entrepreneurs are taking the lead, and Elon Musk is its defining genius.
I feel like he's Howard Hughes meets Edison meets Steve Jobs. A whole bunch of figureheads mashed together, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Especially if he gets us to Mars, like, that's probably going to be near the top of the list of historical figures.
2 weeks ago, SpaceX made history again by sending 4 civilians into orbit and bringing them back safely. Now his acolytes are convinced the wild ride with Elon Musk will take us all the way to Mars. Chasers.
So if we're lucky this morning, we might see a 70-meter tall first stage of the world's largest rocket just driving down the road. So pretty exciting morning. We're going to set up some cameras here, hopefully to capture the beginning of rollout. Nice view.
There's really nothing like seeing this massive hardware roll down the street. I don't think people understand this is the largest, most powerful rocket that's ever existed in human history. Much larger even than the Saturn V, more powerful. And so what we always try to do is gift the awe and the actual feeling, the actual experience, what it's like to be on the side of the road right next to the rocket as it's rolling by.
All right, recording.
Inspired by Elon Musk's Starship program, the couple moved from Florida's Space Coast to Boca Chica to document each step of its evolution.
The booster is going to come out of the high bay very slowly, roll out onto this highway, Highway 4, we call it the Road to Mars, and then it's going to slowly track all the way down 2 kilometers, all the way to the launch site where the Orbital launch tower is. That's waiting for the booster for its test campaign to begin.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
See the other 2 starships usually get up on top, see a little better.
Local surfer Gene Gore showed me the view of Starbase from the ocean, the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico.
Good morning, Starship.
Since testing began here in 2019, Gene has filmed and photographed every launch.
Just love all the different angles you can get out here and go back and look and go, oh, that was good.
So you weren't a big space nerd before?
Oh, heck
your
No, nothing. You weren't into it.
Serpent.
Yeah. What is it that got into your imagination?
You just said the word imagination. The possibilities going, setting up base on Mars.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
He's cool. He's a big dork.
Big what?
No, I like him, man. He's so like just outgoing and friendly and normal.
Nothing normal about what's happening here, though.
No, man, I love it. He dreams big and goes for it.
Would you go if you could?
To where? Mars? No, there's no surf there. No.
Mary Liz and Ryan post their material on their YouTube channel, Cosmic Perspective, to a new generation of space enthusiasts.
We can zoom in a lot. I'm going to take some panoramas and then do some zooms.
And what did you say that one was? The
Starhopper.
The one that looks like an old NASA.
Yeah. Or C-3PO, I think is.
This Star Wars throwback was the prototype of the Starship. But right now, Mary Liz is focused on a close friend who really is about to go into space.
Just 2 to 3 weeks ago, my friend Cyan came here to visit for the first time. It was her last real vacation she could take before quarantine, before getting ready for her flight on the Crew Dragon.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
And gorgeous.
It's unbelievable.
Cyan Proctor was one of the inspiration for civilian astronauts, chosen for a trip into orbit on another SpaceX rocket.
This is the beginning of us becoming a multi-planetary species. Like, this is ground zero for that. And then here I am going up.
That's what we were talking about when she and I were on the dunes. We just kept saying, man, as science communicators, we've been talking about this new era of private space travel that's coming, and that access is going to open up to private citizens around the world. But even as we're saying it, it's kind of like, I hope that's really true, right? And then she gets selected to go, and it's all so true.
As the Texas temperatures rise at the base, Ryan's remote cameras capture the giant booster called Super Heavy rolling out of the production site and then trundling down the road. It is absolutely breathtaking seeing it this close. It does change your perspective on this. I'm beginning to see what it is that draws all these people here.
It's coming down the aisle. This one has all the right stuff. This is the right love potion that the cosmos knows itself to be true. This is faith in determination. This is faith and determination for a country, for a planet, for a cosmos at an apex. This is like an apex predator right here because it's been founded based on a wave of love.
Musk is preparing Starship for its first orbital launch. This is where you understand how different SpaceX is to NASA. Not only is this an open road, but there's virtually no security, just a flimsy yellow tape, a couple of security guards here, and just a few hundred meters away, Starship 20 itself that's going to go into orbit, pushed there by this giant booster, number 4.
It looks like they're moving into position to lift it onto the orbital launch mount, so that's a really special treat to see. We'll see it lift, we'll actually see the 29 Raptor engines from below.
Oh my gosh, people are so tuned in to every bolt of every piece of anything that moves around at Starbase that it's like almost become its own level of obsession, you know? And obviously, like I have to say, I've fed that monster myself.
New Space has spawned a new breed of online science communicators. As the everyday astronaut, Tim Dodd has a huge following. It helps that he caught Elon Musk's attention.
In 2019, I remember we were at a Starship event, you know, I was with the press and said, hey, I'm Tim Dodd.
Hey Elon, Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut. How are you? How's it going? Good. Yeah. We have great questions online. Thanks, you got great answers. Yeah, well.
Musk was so taken with Tim Dodd, he agreed to give him an unconventional tour of Starbase.
I'll get my camera out.
Yeah, you take a video of me.
I can take a video of this. Of you guys taking a
You get
video.
over and make sure this is going through there. Just shoot the screen the whole time. I don't want anything else.
Alright, so this is okay. So this is I'm being videoed here, and then the video of the video.
Oh yes, it's Tom.
Okay, so
Musk calls himself the chief engineer of SpaceX, and it's obvious that's no honorary title.
if you look at like the various reasons, like where we blew up starships, and you looked at the risk list, none of the reasons it blew up were on the risk list.
Really?
Yeah, it was like no. Maybe you could argue like one of them maybe was on somebody's risk list, but it wasn't brought up beforehand.
Right.
That way.
Right.
I mean, there's a crazy amount of new technology happening here, and it's all evolving simultaneously. So we need to iron out like the unknowns, so to speak.
Part of that constant evolution are their own powerful Raptor engines that will lift the Starship into deep space.
This is insane. Yeah, I won't tell you all the secrets, but since the engines are, it's hard to have people not see them.
Yeah.
This sort of maze of plumbing and wiring doesn't exist on Raptor 2.
Oh, it's already slimmed down a ton from like,
it used to look like a friggin' Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't even see the engine for all the stuff that was around
you really couldn't. Seeing a whole like set of Raptor engines, dozens of Raptor engines in front of me, is unbelievable, because 2 years ago this engine barely existed, and now they have dozens of these things and they're ramping them up like crazy.
Musk talked frankly about the trial and error process he's using to fast-track the development of the Starship.
For Starships, we're iterating rapidly in order to create the first ever fully reusable rocket, orbital rocket. Reusable in a way that is like an aircraft. That's the fundamental holy grail for making life multiplanetary.
Only Elon Musk seems to have the resources to blow up prototype starships one after the other in the pursuit of perfection.
Starship is such a blank slate. No one's really ever had that freedom when designing a rocket to just push the envelope on it and try crazy things and not care whether or not the whole thing works perfectly from front to back. And so if it fails, as long as they're learning something and realize what went wrong and can figure out why that went wrong and make sure it doesn't happen on the next one.
There's still lots of resistance in the industry, though, and there's constant lobbying about SpaceX. You can't trust Musk. He's not a reliable partner. You know, they look at their rockets that have blown up, that kind of thing. And it becomes more difficult to make that argument when SpaceX launches more rockets than any company in the world. You can add up all the rockets launched by other rocket companies in the United States. It doesn't come close to what SpaceX is doing.
Since the days of the Apollo mission in the 1960s, great big rockets like the Saturn V, whose massive engines powered the lunar module into space, have been built for NASA by the aerospace establishment. Old companies long used to winning the lion's share of government space contracts.
So in the United States, the largest and most powerful companies are the biggest contractors to the U.S. government. And that's the aerospace industry. So that's the Lockheed Martins, that's the Boeings, that's the Northrop Grummans.
The audacious rise of Elon Musk's SpaceX has totally disrupted the industry.
You had to have a little bit of a manic quality to think you could take on the Boeings and the Lockheeds and sort of, you know, eat their lunch. One of the early engineers, a guy named Zach Dunn, described it to me as that, you know, the existing rocket industry was kind of bucolic, classical music, you know, everyone was kind of polite manners. And in comes SpaceX, which is this headbanging band, you know, riffing on guitars, making as much noise, and, you know, smashing their guitars at the end of their sets.
If we lost rockets at the rate that Elon Musk loses his big Starship, NASA would have been out of business. Congress would have shut us down. If we lost one Starship, let alone 6 or however many it's been, we can't do that.
To beat the aerospace establishment, Musk had first to win over NASA, including NASA Administrator Charlie Bolden. who'd been an astronaut on the space shuttle.
In the case of shuttle, you have a 200,000-pound spacecraft that's being pushed along by 1.5 million pounds of force. That's a lot. What I wasn't ready for was the vibration, where the rockets are just causing everything to vibrate.
The former Marine pilot was an astronaut for 14 years. In 2009, Bolden was President Obama's pick to run the space agency. After a career working for government, he wasn't ready for commercial space.
I was an extreme skeptic, extreme skeptic. I went from being the president's selection to be the NASA administrator to being probably one of the most despised people in the president's orbit, because I did not fall in line. I did not fall in love with the concept of commercial space. I was not an ideologue like many around me who felt that all we need to do is take NASA's budget, take everything for human spaceflight, and give it to Elon Musk and SpaceX.
The U.S. will remain the world's leader in space exploration.
There was a sharp philosophical divide at the top of NASA between Bolden and his deputy, Lori Garver.
In my view, the government doesn't need to, and therefore shouldn't, be using the public's money to develop launch vehicles when the private sector has this capability.
Garver wanted to commercialize the building of rockets, but in the US Congress, powerful political figures were opposed to the idea.
Congress threw a fit because the space shuttle was retiring in 2011, and all of those big contractors stood to lose. And so Congress people were accustomed to having thousands of jobs in their districts, and especially around those field centers in Florida and Texas and Alabama. They were stood to lose hundreds of thousands of jobs. And so Congress said, well, let's come up with a plan that both allows NASA to build a big rocket but keeps all of those same employees employed.
The big rocket Congress ordered up is called the Space Launch System. On top of it is the Orion capsule, designed to take astronauts into lunar orbit. The whole thing will cost the US taxpayer more than $40 billion US. But it won't go all the way to the moon. The plan is for it to meet up with Elon Musk's Starship to take the astronauts down to the lunar surface. It's Kathy Leader's job to coordinate the mission.
We awarded a contract last spring to, obviously SpaceX to do a demonstration lander, and they'll be doing the first human demonstration landing on the moon. What they'll be doing is they'll be taking their human landing system up. We'll be transferring crews out of the Orion into the SpaceX human landing system and landing on the moon. And I think actually this will be a perfect example of new space and old space meeting together into a great new mission.
Except that after a decade of development, NASA's rocket still hasn't flown and is billions over budget.
Finally, after 10 years, the first rocket is almost ready. But this is an expendable rocket. It costs $2 billion per launch, has a flight rate of at most 1 per year. So it really constrains your space program if you've got a big rocket that can only fly once a year at most.
Or was that worse?
I think it was better before.
Speaking to the Mars Society during lockdown last year, Elon Musk was typically blunt.
Experimental rockets are just utterly stupid, in my opinion. Utterly stupid. They're a complete waste of time. People should stop wasting their time. It would be an absurd thing for them to sell a single-use aircraft, but they feel quite comfortable with selling a single-use rocket.
Falcon, Starlink, LDs go for launch.
10, 9. Musk says he'll fund his ambitions to go to Mars with his controversial plans to put 40,000 communication satellites into low Earth orbit, accessing a global internet market worth more than $1 trillion US.
Right now, Mars is the only destination for humans if we want to do like Elon Musk uses the term multi-planet species. If we want to be a multi-planet species in the near term, the only place that's Earth-like, where we can go and live for long periods of time, is Mars.
In Boca Chica, the giant booster is being lifted onto its launch platform for engine testing. Environmental concerns and regulatory issues have delayed plans to put Starship into orbit, knocking Musk off his fast track.
I think if we operate with extreme urgency, then we have a chance of making life multiplanetary. Just a chance, not for sure. If we don't act with extreme urgency, that chance is probably zero. I mean, I'll be long dead before, you know, Mars is self-sustaining, but hopefully the momentum is strong in that direction by the time I die. Hopefully isn't soon.
SpaceX looks at the rules of play and sees where it can bend them. It's really about how can I go as fast as possible. And he really runs into regulators because they're there to sort of make sure all the rules are followed. And that slows things down.
NASA has invested $2.8 billion US in Musk's 50-meter-high Starship as its moon lander. But its technology is far from proven.
This is the tentative design right now, but with the agreement of NASA, I think we may see that design evolve, and it may be better, actually.
Starship towers over the tiny Apollo lunar lander that NASA built for the first moon mission.
The Eagle has landed.
Musk is alarmingly frank about how hard it is to land such a large ship on the surface of the moon.
A big question here is, like, can you land on the moon with the main engines? Or do you need a separate thruster system that's way up there? Like, basically, if you land with the main engine, are you going to dig a big ditch in the moon and then pull over because you landed in a ditch that you dug?
It's
like literally dig your own grave. Yeah. That would be obviously bad, you know.
The difficulty for me as a huge fan of SpaceX, but a huge skeptic about Starship, is the fact that it's so big, it's so massive. The lunar surface is pockmarked beyond belief. Astronauts in the lunar rovers found that, you know, boy, it's treacherous getting around the lunar surface because we're going to places that we don't have any imagery. They'll learn when they go to the moon. Landing on the, if Neil Armstrong were alive today to talk to them, he would probably say, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Hi, Victor. Good to talk to you. Is it true that your call sign is Ike?
Yes, that is my call sign. It stands for I know everything.
If Elon Musk's Starship does go to the moon, there's a good chance Victor Glover will be on it. He's one of NASA's 18 Artemis astronauts, now training for the mission.
What would it mean to you personally to go to the moon?
Wow, that's a big question. Wow, personally, it would be the realization of a dream, but to be able to work on the surface of the moon, whoever we've sent, they're going to have a great story to tell. They're going to have a great way to connect to people all over the world because they've unified humanity behind this one really powerful idea, our generation's moonshot.
And there they are.
In November 2020, Victor Glover piloted a SpaceX capsule to the International Space Station.
You piloted the first operational flight of SpaceX's Crew Dragon. What do you think about the speed that they're moving at now?
I think that really fast evolution is a part of a much larger move to this new idea of space and what space can be, but also relying on the heritage of what space has been and the teamwork and the partnership that has grown out of that. It really can serve as a model for how we're going to tackle the lunar missions and how we're going to tackle moving humans onto Mars.
Sunrise on Florida's Space Coast. The rocket chasers are here to watch SpaceX launch 4 civilians into orbit. Mary Liz has written a piece for her friend Cyan, who won a place on the Inspiration 4 flight.
I composed it last night. I think it was about 1:30, 2 a.m. when I was sitting at my computer, just trying to put into sound the way that I was feeling, getting into the flow of listening to this song as I'm playing it. And I started to see Cyan take off, and then there was a contrail in the sky, and I was like, oh my god, that's gonna be her soon, achieving her dreams.
The Inspiration 4 crew, led by billionaire Jared Isaacman, who was paying for the flight, gave a final press conference.
And as we move, you know, to the moon and Mars and beyond, we're writing the narrative of human spaceflight right now. So when we do that, we need to think about Jedi space, a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. Because, you know, we're on Starship Earth and we want to bring everybody along with us.
Just even knowing someone that's riding on a rocket to space is just, it's just insane, you know? It's just crazy.
Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, was here in Florida to live stream the launch.
I think it'll be pretty profound. I think it might be another level of emotion for me personally.
She's very brave, but she's an awesome woman, and she's gonna have the time of her life. I don't think I'm gonna be able to sleep for the next 3 days watching her, you know.
Rocket chaser and surfer Gene chartered a boat for a closer look at the SpaceX rocket on its pad in Cape Canaveral.
Wow, there it is. The capsule looks so small, you know, from here. Like a little marshmallow.
There they are, our first all-civilian crew walking out of Hangar X. They look so excited.
Minus 36 minutes, 26 seconds, everything continues to look good.
I'm so excited to be here this evening for this launch. It's the complete cycle of a tale to get us from where it was nothing but government to where now we can actually have an all-civilian, all-commercial flight. The same launch pad where Neil Armstrong went up.
Hello and good afternoon, evening. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Yeah, you can see me sitting in the car. Welcome to my coverage of a really, really exciting mission today.
I can just see Cyan smile, and I feel light inside of it. She and I have talked about it. She knows the risks, and she's ready to do this.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, our displays are configured for launch.
My heart is racing right now. This is getting very real.
T-minus 15 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mission downrange.
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
My heart is still pounding. The thought of those three ordinary people hurtling into space. They say it's the dawn of a new era in space travel. Ordinary people like you and me. That's assuming you can find a friendly billionaire to pay for your ride. But for today, these people have allowed all of us to dream.
One small step towards Mars and beyond.
I've never seen this. I've never seen a Twilight phenomenon launch like this.
I wish you could see what we're seeing right now. This is,
you can see the thrusters firing from the first stage. Wow! That's incredible.
screen. I think I see some more thumbs up there. Dr. Proctor is clearly excited that she's finally in space.
SpaceX CEO Elon Musk thinks that the holy grail to making life multiplanetary lies in humanity's ability to make a completely reusable rocket system that can carry a massive amount of equipment, supplies, and people deep into space. That's why SpaceX created Starship.
The critical threshold to pass one of the most important great filters for any species is to have the other planet no longer dependent on the original planet. Starship is capable of doing that. It's capable of getting 1 million tons to the surface of Mars and creating a self-sustaining city. And I think we should try to do that as soon as we can.
Starship is SpaceX's largest reusable rocket. The company's been testing Starship prototypes for several years, but none so far have reached space, as SpaceX has encountered both technical and regulatory hurdles. Aside from a potential breakthrough for space travel, Starship is in many ways also indispensable for the future of SpaceX.
Many analysts and experts have said if SpaceX succeeds with Starship and therefore with Starlink, that could create and generate SpaceX into a company that's not a $100 billion valuation company, but $1 trillion valuation company or more.
Private sector funding in space-related companies topped $10 billion in 2021, a tenfold increase over the past decade. Traditionally, most of that funding is concentrated on activities closer to Earth, such as building out satellite communications. But there's evidence that this may be changing.
Recently, there's been increased focus on lunar, so the moon and beyond. Think moon, Mars, deeper planetary exploration. Lunar and beyond investment was about $1 billion from private investors in 2021, the highest sum we've seen to date.
Even before founding SpaceX, Elon Musk had dreamed of reaching Mars, and Starship is the means to that end. The first thing you notice about Starship is that it's monstrous. The vehicle is made up of 2 stainless steel components. At the bottom stands the first stage Super Heavy booster. Stacked on top is the second stage Starship spacecraft, which will be able to carry more than 100 metric tons of cargo and crew per launch. Collectively referred to as Starship, the 2 components move nearly 400 feet into the air, almost 100 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. To get all of this weight off the ground is no easy task, and will require 33 of SpaceX's Raptor engines for the booster, and another 7 engines for the Starship spacecraft. To get an idea of just how powerful Starship is, it's helpful to compare it to Saturn V, which was the rocket used by NASA to send astronauts to the moon during the Apollo mission.
The Saturn V was 7.5 million pounds of thrust, and Starship is 17. So it's more than twice the thrust of the Saturn V, which was the largest rocket ever to get to orbit.
Musk says SpaceX's next-generation rocket is also more economical than Saturn V.
The cost efficiency of SpaceX is the best in history, I think, for any rocket development. We are talking about a rocket that's more than twice the mass and thrust of Saturn V, and also designed to be fully reusable. It's obviously also much better from an environmental standpoint to have a fully reusable rocket for a development cost that is between 5 and 10% of Saturn V.
The key to lowering costs is reusability. SpaceX sells its smaller Falcon 9 rockets for between $60 and $90 million, but has brought the cost per launch down to under $30 million by landing the booster, the most expensive part of the rocket, and using it multiple times. With Starship, SpaceX hopes to go one step further, reusing both the Starship spacecraft and the booster.
The booster is going to take off and then fly back to the launch tower and aspirationally land on the arms, which it does sound insane. If it does come in too fast and and shear off the arms, then I guess it will be a farewell flight.
The retrieval of the Starship spacecraft seems equally challenging. The idea is for Starship to re-enter Earth's atmosphere on its side, its heat shield-covered belly protecting the vehicle from the intense temperature. Closer to the ground, Starship's Raptor engines will kick in and flip the vehicle vertically for landing. Starship has yet to fly any missions, but the project has already brought in some major funding for SpaceX.
SpaceX adds new contract revenue streams through a major NASA deal to use Starship for the agency's Artemis program to deliver astronauts to the moon's surface by the middle of this decade.
SpaceX was the sole winner of the nearly $3 billion contract, beating out Blue Origin and Dynetics.
NASA has begun paying in hundreds of millions of dollars to SpaceX already towards that development contract.
The majority of SpaceX's revenue comes from its launch business.
The Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy series of rockets have been generating upwards of $2 to $3 billion of revenue a year for the company. They've been able to generate a lot of returns through rideshare programs, through delivering cargo and astronauts to the International Space Station for NASA and other international partners, and more recently been delving into flying private astronauts.
But SpaceX's golden egg will likely be Starlink, a satellite internet business which is expected to eventually surpass SpaceX's rocket business.
Elon Musk has previously estimated that the company's Starlink business could generate revenues of upwards of $30 billion a year.
Starlink is a global internet satellite network made up of thousands of satellites known as a constellation. SpaceX has so far launched around 2,000 satellites, but the company has said that around 12,000 satellites would be needed before the constellation is fully operational. Eventually, SpaceX hopes to bump that number up to 42,000 satellites. The service has over 145,000 customers, but startup costs for the project are steep, and SpaceX is currently losing money on Starlink. Musk recently expanded Starlink's service to Ukraine at the request of the country's vice prime minister. In early March, Musk tweeted that Starship development may be delayed as SpaceX focuses on aiding Ukraine.
Under the current deployment plan for getting the number of Starlink satellites that SpaceX needs in orbit to get the system truly operational and global and providing service as broadly as they desire, it's very, very difficult to see how SpaceX will be able to achieve that in both a cost-efficient and a timely manner without Starship. Falcon 9 currently can carry roughly 50 to 60 Starlink satellites at a time into low Earth orbit. However, SpaceX executives have said before that the goal with Starship and its current design is to launch 400 Starlink satellites at a time into low Earth orbit.
With the fates of Starship and Starlink so closely intertwined, the pressure is on for SpaceX to get Starship off the ground. But the company faces some steep challenges.
Right now, of any technical problem, I'm spending the most time personally on Raptor 2.
In November of 2021, Musk sent out a company-wide email to SpaceX employees, warning them that a Raptor engine production crisis created a risk of bankruptcy for the company. Later, Musk seemed to temper his message on Twitter, saying that while bankruptcy was unlikely, it was not impossible. More recently, Musk said that SpaceX is making good progress with regard to Raptor 2 production.
We're close to achieving a Raptor 2 everyday production rate, so 7 a week, which is tough for a complex engine. I think by the end of this year we'll be able to produce a ship and a booster per month. The only remaining issue that we're aware of is melting of the chamber. And it's got like on the order of a gigawatt of heat, so it's like what a nuclear power plant produces. So they're really desperately trying to melt at any point in time.
In order to understand this challenge, it helps to know a little bit about rocket engine design.
A rocket engine in a simple form, it's simple. You just bring in oxygen and your fuel, and you're burning it into that chamber. The challenge is that chamber is running at really, really high pressures and really, really high temperatures. So doing that means that, first is I need to be at higher pressure to push the propellant in, but then this chamber has to be able to handle the temperatures that is seen inside.
As the oxygen and fuel burn, they eject a high-pressure gas from the nozzle, which in turn propels the rocket into the air. While most rocket engines use either kerosene or hydrogen as fuel, SpaceX decided to make its Raptor 2 engines run on methane.
SpaceX used methane primarily because it's the perfect balance between hydrogen being an expensive fuel and challenging to operate versus kerosene, which is, yes, it's cheaper, but energy density is lower compared to methane. The key challenges with using methane is that it will run actually hotter than the typical kerosene. So SpaceX publicly noted that they developed special alloys to handle the higher temperature of methane.
But despite these challenges, methane also has other advantages.
One of the components that corrode these engines is fuel coking, which is worse with rocket propellant kerosene-based fuels, but it's actually less of a problem with methane. Coking is essentially the soot that you see coming out of your car exhaust. It's primarily unburnt fuel that is essentially heated at really high temperatures and pressures, and that could go into fuel injectors inside the engine. It could coat surfaces. It influences your efficiency of your engine.
Another plus that Elon Musk has talked about in the past is the ability to easily create methane on Mars and use it as a fuel for the return trip to Earth. SpaceX has steadily been building up its testing and production facility, known as Starbase, in Boca Chica, Texas since 2015. The move has garnered mixed reactions from locals, some saying that Starbase has helped create jobs and attract tourists, and others claiming the complex has displaced a beachfront community and endangered wildlife. Early tests of Starship have also been a mixed bag. While SpaceX has had a number of successful Starship launches, the company has lost several prototypes during landing attempts. In May 2021, SpaceX successfully completed its first high-altitude test without the Starship rocket being destroyed. Besides technical problems, Starship also faces regulatory challenges.
The next major milestone for Starship is the orbital flight test. They've been really trying to get across this major hurdle of getting an environmental assessment completed by the Federal Aviation Administration, which would give them the key launch license to take those tests from just short flights to all the way launching into space.
The FAA has said it would complete its environmental assessment by March 28th, but that date could be pushed farther if the agency decides that it needs more time to do a deeper review. Musk said that if this were the case, SpaceX would consider launching Starship from its other location in Florida.
I guess our worst case scenario is that we would be delayed for 6 to 8 months to build up the Cape launch tower and launch from there.
SpaceX's $100 billion valuation makes it one of the most valuable private companies in the world.
The last several years, they've been raising billions of dollars annually from a broad range of investors and steadily increasing their valuation. As far as we can tell, most of the funding for Starship's development comes from outside investors who are buying the currently privately traded stock that SpaceX holds in exchange for capital that the company can use to fund that development. SpaceX has previously said that Starship would cost upwards of $5 billion to develop, whereas the Starlink satellite internet program could cost anywhere between $5 and $10 billion to develop. So investors getting in at this late stage might be less willing to put more money behind the project if they know that they've hit a roadblock.
Beyond just benefiting SpaceX, experts believe that having a rocket like Starship that's able to lug a massive amount of stuff into space will open up opportunities for other companies.
When you look at the infrastructure in space today, the International Space Station, other assets, they were required to be assembled piecemeal in space because we were limited in the ability to carry mass to space. If we now can create much larger systems or infrastructure that can be brought whole up to space, it requires less complexity, less on-orbit assembly, and thus is overall more efficient, helps drive creation of the spacecraft.
Musk agrees that Starship would be widely beneficial.
One of the rebuttals we'll sometimes hear is, like, sure, but what about all the problems on Earth? And I completely agree that the vast majority of resources should be dedicated to solving problems on Earth. Absolutely. I'd say like more than 99% of our resources should be oriented towards solving problems on Earth. It's important to note that NASA's annual budget is only 0.36% of the federal budget. And in fact, of the national GDP is less than 1/10 of a percentage point. Given the establishing security for life itself and having an exciting future and inspiring kids about the future, I think it's worth it. Let's go out there and find out what this universe is all about.
This video is supported by CuriosityStream. Hey, Marcus Housewithy here. The journey to Mars. Over the past few decades, there's been some fascinating proposals to define which method and what associated hardware crew will use to make this trip. Although each mission profile is seemingly more feasible than the last, all have been far too expensive and potentially dangerous to justify the risk. That is changing. With the release of NASA's Moon to Mars strategy, we finally have a proposal that inches us ever closer. Of course, SpaceX's Starship is set to lower the cost of mass to orbit by orders of magnitude, giving these proposals a real chance to be implemented. In this video, we're going to take a look at what this path to Mars might look like and how it could evolve.
We can see you coming down the ladder now.
Okay, so let's start by focusing on our hopefully triumphant return to the moon aboard SpaceX's Human Landing System Starship variant. This is to be the first crewed flight destined for the moon's surface for over 50 years. There have only ever been 24 humans who have been to the moon, with only 12 of them making it to the surface, and this was all between 1968 and 1972. As the moon is the closest world on which we can inhabit, it'll provide us with invaluable experiences that will lay the groundwork and the infrastructure needed to further space exploration out to Mars and beyond. We already have the data from those original Saturn V launches, the American Super Heavy Lift launch vehicle that was developed under NASA's Apollo program, and with the new current surge of space commercialization spearheaded by SpaceX, there is no doubt that the initial lunar return missions are already well within reach. But there are some significant differences between the Apollo Saturn lunar rockets and the Starship Super Heavy stack. It is important to understand these differences, as the number of full orbital launches with Starship needed to make a single human landing system, or HLS, mission to the moon occur makes the system look somewhat inefficient at first glance. But it is these extra refilling launches that are the main difference between launching disposable rockets versus launching reusable ones, which is what is going to be required to sustain long-term space travel. Now, if the intent was to create a handful of moon landings like those achieved during the space race, well, then quite frankly, the complexity of a next-generation moon mission may look kind of daunting. However, there is one major point that needs to be stressed. After an Apollo mission, NASA was left back at square one, as they would always need to manufacture another complete rocket for each flight. With SpaceX's Starship designed to be rapidly reusable, once the first mission is over, all that is required is for Starship to refill with propellant and off it goes to the next destination. Or at least that is the goal, right? Now, there is an old rocketry saying, getting to low Earth orbit, or LEO, is getting halfway to anywhere. That saying makes reference to the fact that by the time a spacecraft gets off the planet's surface, accelerates through the atmosphere, achieves enough horizontal velocity to clear the planet's curvature and achieve orbit, the velocity change experienced would already have been more than would be needed to get to so many locations in the solar system from this point on. Now, just to be clear, you do sometimes need to use multiple time-consuming gravity assists from various planets of the solar system to literally get to many places, so not ideal for most crewed missions, but you get the idea though. Refilling in low Earth orbit means that you can drastically increase a mission's range. Now, with that said, we'll need to take a look at the refilling depot, which has been shown in diagrams recently. Although we don't know a lot about it, we know enough to speculate. Once a Starship gets to orbit with its payload, there is very little propellant remaining. Now, for individual missions to low Earth orbit, that isn't a big problem, as you only need a tiny amount of delta V to maneuver in orbit or to deorbit entirely. Now, for many standard missions, such as Starlink 2 deliveries, SpaceX's groundbreaking satellite internet constellation, there would typically be a little extra propellant left over as a safety margin. Could this be transferred into a propellant depot before returning to Earth? Regular Starlink missions could, over time, be helping to top up this depot alongside dedicated Starship tanker missions. These are vehicles sent purely for the purpose of delivering propellant for the depot as its cargo. Now, at first, it sounds like a lot of extra steps, right? But if you think about it, it is the one thing that we have been missing this entire time. When we have a surplus amount of propellant in low Earth orbit, I believe our mentality will shift away from the current focus of how many tankers it takes to fill the depot, and instead focusing on what we can achieve with all of this capability. Now, as the propellant depots are anticipated to be larger than your usual Starship, we can assume that there is more than enough commodities available here to comfortably refill any other Starship variant able to rendezvous with it. So with a full depot at the ready, you might think that we can launch crew in a Starship, have it refilled in low Earth orbit, and then dock with the human landing system, right? Well, not quite. Crew rating certifies that a spacecraft or launch vehicle is capable of safely transporting humans. Starship will initially not be crew rated for launching and landing on Earth, so it will take time to go through the many stages of evaluation, not only for the Starship itself, but the booster as well. Because there is a lack of an abort system, it means that crew rating may only occur once reliability is well proven after many uncrewed flights. So, as a result, the first HLS mission will require an interim spacecraft, and that is why we still need the Space Launch System with Orion on top. Now, NASA granted $2.9 billion for the SpaceX Lunar Starship in April of 2021. This is currently the selected vehicle to take astronauts from the Gateway down to the lunar surface and then back up to the Gateway again. And they are looking to have this crew rated to this degree as early as 2023. Now, it is pretty safe to assume that this date has slipped at this point, but it is interesting that it is only going to be crew rated for 4 astronauts. Why is that? Well, the initial launches will be supported by the SLS and Orion, and the number of astronauts is defined by Orion, so Orion will only be carrying 4 astronauts to the moon during Artemis 3. Now, although this SLS Orion system is considered by many to be too late and too expensive, one could argue that the timing couldn't be better, as this system essentially comes out of the box crew rated. I mean, let's face it, you would expect so at over $4 billion a pop, right? Anyway, this means that while the Starship is gaining credibility through successful Starlink satellite launches and filling orbital depots, the only option for crew to interact with Starship in orbit will be with another spacecraft. So now that I've covered some of the groundwork, let's take a closer look at NASA's plan for Artemis 3, our first crewed lunar landing in over 50 years. Now, we'll take the SLS's wet dress rehearsal delays here into account, but aside from this, we'll optimistically assume that NASA's dates will remain roughly as we see them currently. Now, imagine, if you will, an exciting few years of progress ahead. The year is 2026. The first 2 Artemis missions were a success and have paved the way back to the moon by testing all of the primary architecture and associated systems needed to ensure Artemis 3 is just as successful. Along with a handful of pre-filled propellant depots already in orbit, this is the potential order of operations for a round-trip mission. Firstly, the Starship, or HLS, launches without crew on board, more than likely from the Kennedy Space Center. Once in a low Earth orbit, it will rendezvous with a propellant depot and refill. After undocking, it awaits the time to perform the burn to launch out into a near rectilinear halo orbit, or NRHO, around the moon, this magic orbit that we've been talking about recently with NASA's Capstone mission. Once the HLS is in this stable orbit ready to go, the Space Launch System launches with Orion on top, containing our 4 crew members on board. This will be the first mission destined for the moon in over half a century. Orion, with the help of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage burning for around 20 minutes, will send the crew out to the moon, where it will dock with the HLS. Now, it is worth mentioning here that the first couple of modules for the Deep Space Gateway, or DSG, could have been launched in 2024. These are the powered and propulsion element and the habitation and logistics outpost. If these are operational at this time, it would provide a habitat and research platform for the 2 crew that remain on Orion's DSG complex. Based on this plan, for the first crewed mission, we would expect the process to look something like this. HLS undocks from DSG with 2 crew on board and proceeds to land on the moon. Now, an important note here is that an existing HLS vehicle may already be on the lunar surface left over from the HLS lander test. This would have been done in tandem with Artemis 2, and this could carry not only extra provisions but also potentially provide a redundant return vehicle for this mission or any following mission. I just think that is a neat little thing to consider. So after this mission is complete, the now globally recognised astronauts launch back off the moon's surface in the HLS and head back to return to Orion and the DSG. The crew of 4, now reunited, departs from DSG aboard Orion and performs a lunar departure burn and returns to Earth. Now, let's just take stock here. An Apollo mission would be over at this point, having discarded the vast majority of all of the rocket, but we now still have all of the super heavy boosters used to get that mass to orbit standing by to launch again. We also have an Orion capsule to be refurbished and reused again too. Then we also have a fully working HLS in lunar orbit. It's just empty. Now, could this be refilled with tankers which themselves were refilled in low Earth orbit? Well, yes, this is possible, but it would be very, very inefficient. In the short term, it would probably make more sense to keep the idle HLS here as an expansion module to the Deep Space Gateway. There's a lot of space in this beast. So what about the requirements for the spacesuits for this mission? I'll jump into that problem and others in just a moment, but real quick, a massive thank you to Curiosity Stream for sponsoring this week's video, and as you can see, it just fits beautifully with the topics that we discuss. We are talking loads today about the moon and how we can set up the infrastructure for the first sustainable colonies. Well, take this great documentary here called The Moon, Our Gateway to the Universe. There has been a lot of debate about whether we should directly visit Mars or use the moon as a gateway. There is a load of good reasons to invest in the moon first. It's a quick 3-day journey and we can practice and invent the technology needed to live off-world. Last time we visited, there was no internet. Computers were primitive and much too heavy to put anything substantial on a vehicle like Apollo. In the coming years, privately funded companies along with the historic space agencies are going to change everything. It is a marvellous, eye-opening video for sure, and there is just so much more here on Curiosity Stream 2. It could be terrific documentaries from bodies of our solar system such as Mars, Saturn, Jupiter or Pluto. Or maybe you would actually like to know a little more about how all of this came to be in the first place. Curiosity Stream's service covers a massive range of subjects and common interests from across the globe. So if you would like to help support me and you'd like to give it a try, head to curiositystream.com/MarcusHouse, and with that you can sign up for access for under $15 for the entire year. Yep, the entire year. That is just amazing. You'll find that link in the description below. Thank you, Curiosity Stream. So what about the spacesuits? And I don't mean pressurized flight suits either, I mean the bulkier ones used for spacewalks and moonwalks. The development of NASA's next generation X EMU spacesuit seems to have halted over the past few years, but recently production was awarded to Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace with the hope that these two companies will provide spacesuits capable of traversing lunar and Martian surfaces. Though it may seem odd that NASA is having trouble recreating something that they initially created, unlike the original Apollo suits, these need to be even more robust and will need to be tailored for a whole new set of use. The most abused suits were those from Apollo 17. They were on the lunar surface for about 75 hours and the astronauts spent just over 22 hours outside of the vehicle in their suits, which, believe it or not, was really pushing their usable lifespan. Now that seems unintuitive, right? 22 hours is not long compared to the total time accumulated by the suits worn for the spacewalks on the International Space Station as an example. On the lunar surface though, there is a major irritant in the form of the lunar dust that acts as a very aggressive abrasive. As Artemis 3's mission is to start the setup of a moon colony, it is the perfect time to field test these new spacesuits. That's going to be really exciting, so I can't wait to find out more information on the new suits as it comes to light. But what else I find exciting is the technology that we need around transportation. Cast your thoughts back to Apollo 15, the very first mission to include a rover. I mean, you can't imagine a much more appropriate mission goal than to land on a new planet and just drive around, can you? That is human ingenuity right there, but when could we see the next generation of rovers? Well, let's continue jumping right ahead to the launch of Artemis 8. At this point, the Deep Space Gateway has been fleshed right out with an additional habitat module, an airlock module, and a robotic arm. It can now comfortably sustain crew for longer duration expeditions. The Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS experiments, will by now be surrounding the lunar landing zone with additional cargo. With growing confidence, payloads are starting to include in situ resource utilisation experiments to extract usable water from the lunar subsurface. Now that can be used not only for consumption, but can also be used to generate propellant for test vehicles. If you are a fan of For All Mankind like I am, think of the Lunar Surface Access Module, which is essentially a reusable crewed lunar lander. This will be far down the track, but you can see the direction that we need to head. Travelling large distances on the moon becomes simple when you can just refill, travel to orbit and back again, or just hop to another base on the surface. In situ resource utilisation is absolutely key, and what an incredible opportunity to develop and test this technology. Along with these initial experiments, we have building materials being created from regolith, all supported by a load of robotic reconnaissance rovers. At this point, the method to get crew to the moon will remain the same, and it will still only consist of 4 crew members. This time though, we can afford to commit to a 30-day stay on the lunar surface. Time spent here will almost exclusively, I suspect, be spent in the rover and on board HLS. Their spacesuits, I suspect, will be used only during emergencies and crucial maintenance tasks, similar to what we see with the ISS today. Now, the suits may also be required for the crew to move from HLS to the rover and back again, but the hope is that there will be a way for the astronauts to transfer to the rover via a pressurised tunnel at this point. Further down the timeline, this will certainly be the case. Now, here is what we are not so sure of though. How will HLS be refilled? This is where the question of sustainability comes in. Sending a brand new spacecraft for every mission is not ideal, and even using Raptor vacuum engines to ferry propellants to the Deep Space Gateway is very inefficient. I wonder if at this point we could be at a stage where ion engines can be used as the depot's main engines. This would allow a feasible way of resupplying transfer vehicles such as HLS in lunar orbit. It would of course still involve a lot of launches in the supply chain to fulfill the propellant requirement, and it would also add extra complexity with the use of a third propellant source for the ion engines. The thing is though, such propulsion is around 10 to 12 times more efficient than chemical engines, so even if it takes a long time to move the vehicle, this would provide a level of sustainability we've never seen in space before. Now, the energy requirements of this, of course, I could do an entire video about, so I do realise we're talking about technology here that doesn't really exist yet. Now, let me know if you would like me to do a video about such high efficiency options and their requirements. I think that that would be a fun one to dive into. And hey, remember to subscribe and perhaps even join the mailing list so you don't miss out on these midweek videos that fall out of my typical published time on Saturdays. So many people tell me that they've missed these ones, so yes, that helps us reach you much easier. Thank you. Okay, so at this stage we now have that sustainability factor, right? Well, we are getting there, but we are still throwing away the space launch system every time. Starship must be able to launch humans to really accelerate our progress. So from this point, it becomes more and more essential for Starship to receive a crew rating. Once these steps are achieved, we hit that pivotal moment where our lunar presence becomes a viable route to Mars. So, if our aim is to colonise Mars, you may ask why invest so heavily in the moon missions and infrastructure. Well, Mars may seem more like Earth than the moon, but as far as our survivability is concerned, there is actually not that much difference. The moon missions coming first has a few big benefits. The moon is only 3 days away, Mars at least 6 months or so. The simple fact is that the moon is a much safer target to aim for while developing the needed technology. In the event of any problems, the crew can return home in just days. Just think about Apollo 13. If such an event happened on the way to Mars, the outcome would be obvious. We aim instead now to colonise both, so taking this path is a way to have our cake and eat it too. From my perspective, I'd rather see loads of missions building upon each other than one colossal Mars mission using much less tested technology. I personally think the direction that NASA is planning here is a good one, albeit a little slow. So how do we then transition to that epoch-defining event, the first human missions to Mars? Let's fast forward again to the year 2033. A small permanent habitat now exists on the moon, and the crew of Artemis 12 is now currently down on the surface conducting their exploration mission. The technology is now well vetted after a very busy set of moon missions. The location for the first Mars base has now been selected, and the main pre-supplies containing supporting hardware for the first crewed Mars landing is about to arrive on Mars. NASA is sending Boeing-produced landing pods and separate ascent vehicles intended to be the primary method to shuttle crew to and from the surface of the red planet. Various uncrewed starships at this point have already made their way to the surface of Mars 2, providing an extended base of operations and providing redundant launch systems. The only thing yet to be prepared is the vehicle that will now shuttle the crew from Earth to Mars. Now, personally, I am hopeful that Starship will be in a position to fulfill this role, but it seems that we are spoiled for choice as NASA now has a proposal of their own. They plan to launch a Mars transit habitat integrated with a hybrid propulsion stage to form a deep space transportation system, an exclusive platform dedicated to ferrying crew through space, a very similar idea to the Hermes spacecraft in The Martian, but much, much smaller. That thing was just stupidly massive for cinematic purposes. So whether the plan ends up being a short or a long stay Martian mission, the only change really involves taking different trajectories to achieve the desired short or long-term stay mission. But aside from this, the overall mission plan remains the same. Once arriving on Mars, the crew will explore its surface largely from within the environmentally controlled rovers. The astronauts will have much of the same equipment used on the moon, including those same spacesuits and robotic tools. All of the preparation coupled with the actual tasks of going to the moon and studying its surface has been a very good dress rehearsal for the first Mars mission, and no matter how this plan evolves after enough lunar experience, we will be ready to take the most dangerous and challenging journey ever attempted. So yes, that's the current proposal, and much of this information comes of course from NASA's Moon to Mars objectives released just weeks ago in May. Now there is a lot of information just glossed over in this video in regards to the rocket science involved, and I'm also working on future episodes to come that will expand on all of this, so thanks Abe for supporting what I do here as a subscriber or even direct supporters, and also for watching all the way through this video. I'll of course be back on Saturday with the next video covering all of the great stuff going on right now. So grateful to all of you amazing patrons and YouTube members right here. You blow my mind every week. If you would like to help support, the Patreon link is right here. The merch link is also below if you would like to pick up some new gear like this Mars Here We Come shirt and all of the stuff that goes with it. If you enjoyed this video, here are some other deeper dive ones if you haven't seen them. They aren't part of the news cycle, so these continue to be very relevant. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. This video is supported by CuriosityStream. Hey, Marcus House with you here. Now, we're all very excited to see the continuing development of SpaceX's Starship and the new momentum for Starbase 2's construction over at Cape Canaveral. We are still some ways off seeing this system in full swing. However, in the grand scheme of things, it won't be long before we are witnessing not just the orbital Starship launches, but crewed Starship missions that will take humanity back to the surface of the moon, or on even longer duration deep space flights and eventually out to Mars and beyond. First though, I'm sure that you've got a whole host of questions regarding how exactly humans can survive long duration spaceflight, and in this video we are going to look at exactly that.
We can see you coming down the ladder now.
SpaceX's Starship development is something that I'm sure most of you have been keeping very, very close tabs on over the past couple of years. Even though activity over at Starbase in the form of test flights have slowed down in preparation of the first orbital test flight, overall Starship production is really starting to gear up, with a huge new Star Factory facility being built at Boca Chica to replace the production tents, and the beginnings of Starbase 2 taking shape now over at Cape Canaveral. These are all good signs that the primary architecture for Starship Starship is now ready for its final stage of testing. With this story and others, it is the first time in about half a century that we are truly seeing the start of new advancement in human space travel, a rocket large enough and cost-effective enough to hurl us out into space and finally advance past the first moon landings. Now, fun fact, I think people often forget, the Apollo 11 launch was on July 16, 1969. Following that first successful mission to the moon, Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16 and 17, with that final mission returning to Earth on December the 19th, 1972. Now those 6 very successful missions were all completed in just under 3.5 freaking years. Can you imagine that again now? Well, we wait and we hope that SpaceX with NASA not only matches this astounding feat, but surpasses it. Now that's not to say everything over the past 50 years has been a waste. We have learned a great deal about the health-related issues that we need to protect against. How do humans survive the duration and the hostile environments that they will be placed into? Using Mars as an example is a good exercise simply because of the length of the time needed for that journey. How we will survive long-duration spaceflight is a question that is a lot more complex than one might first think. Sci-fi driven pop culture and even the Apollo moon landings themselves can leave us with a false sense of security. It's really easy to think that all we need is a launch system like Starship and all of our deep space dreams finally come true, but diving just a little deeper, we can see that this really couldn't be further from the truth. SpaceX aspired to send uncrewed Starships to Mars this year in 2022, but the dates got pushed back for many reasons. Now, SpaceX is hoping to send cargo ships to Mars by 2024. Back in March, Elon Musk tweeted this, guessing that with updated timelines, humans could be stepping on Mars by 2029. Will that guess be true though? Can they overcome the challenges of human spaceflight that quickly? Cargo missions are simple in comparison, but these squishy, fragile human meatbags? Yep, that is much different. NASA has been actively researching how the human body reacts to spaceflight for over half a century, and being the lovers of acronyms, they summed most of the major risks using the acronym RIDGE. This stands for Radiation, Isolation, Distance from Earth, Gravity, and Environments that are hostile or closed. The first and the most critical hazard, though, is radiation. The Earth has a great magnetic field that protects everything on it, but once you are on a Starship and on your way to Mars, Earth can't help you anymore, and you and your crew are all alone, travelling hundreds of millions of kilometres to your destination while being bombarded by high-energy ionising radiation. Radiation containing particles which can literally kick electrons from atoms within the cells of your body. Now, obviously, radiation is all around us all the time, but not at this magnitude or energy. It is considered perfectly safe, of course, to experience radiation to a degree. After all, the sun releases many types of radiation all the time, visible light just as one example. But occasionally, the sun erupts, ejecting billions of tons of charged particles out into space in one hit. These are known as CMEs, or coronal mass ejections. Although it is quite unlikely, if a spacecraft comes in direct contact with one of these CMEs, it could be disastrous. We can forecast these events, however. If living on the surface of Mars or even the Moon, underground bunkers would mitigate this issue. On the transit to these destinations though, this isn't an option. So on top of this radiation from our star, you also have galactic cosmic radiation. This is high energy radiation that comes from outside of our solar system, primarily from within our galaxy. These are the nuclei of atoms that have had their electrons stripped away and are travelling at almost the speed of light. These can come in at any direction from any time, typically not at any huge volume, but the vehicle will be constantly hit by such radiation. So not only do we have events that increase radiation exposure, but also an elevated level of background radiation, which adds compounding complexity to the problem. So how do we protect astronauts from these dangers? Well, procedures can be put in place to bunker down in the centre of the vehicle, putting as much mass between the humans on board and the outside of the vehicle. Water is a very good hydrogen-rich molecule that can absorb radiation very well, just as one example. A specific radiation-sheltered area within Starship would have all of these resources and consumables constantly surrounding it, and that area could also be where the crew sleep. In the case of a predicted CME hit, you could also rotate the vehicle in such a way that the engines, bulkheads and remaining propellant shields the crew as well. With the high amount of potential shielding options, it seems as though Starship will provide adequate risk mitigation for the voyage. The radiation exposure doesn't stop even after the outbound voyage either, as unlike Earth, Mars doesn't have a magnetic field useful enough to protect us. Right here, our magnetic field deflects harmful ionizing radiation away, with a great deal of charged particles being captured and then held within the Van Allen radiation belts. The radiation here is extremely deadly, of course, and this is why you may hear this as a reason that humans have never visited the moon before by moon landing hoax believers. They believe that the moon landings never happened, assuming that these belts are instant killers and omnidirectional. Neither, of course, are the case, and the main irony here is that our collective awareness of the Van Allen belt is basically thanks to JPL, which to me has always made this conspiracy more of an oxymoron than usual. In reality, it is more about the time you spend within these regions and what path you take. Sure, passing right through the middle of the most dangerous areas very slowly is going to be very problematic, but humans are smart. We are able to take an inclined trajectory bypassing the worst regions, and at such a high velocity that the exposure is only very minimal, just as we did with the Apollo missions. Missions to Mars will use a similar method, so there really is no problem there. It is the longer term exposure to deep space radiation that is more troublesome. Just remember, the longest trip away from low Earth orbit and the protection of our magnetic field surrounding the planet was with Apollo 17. That entire mission from launch to landing was only 12 days. The one-way trip to Mars alone could be 6 months or higher. Now, just a side note here, back in the days of the Interplanetary Transport System, which was the first design of what we know now as the Starship, numbers like 80 to 150 days were being thrown around for a potential transit time from Earth to Mars. Now this of course depends on the available delta V and whether you can slam into the Mars atmosphere much faster than the minimum interplanetary transfer speeds. The faster that you are travelling towards Mars, the more velocity you need to wipe off to capture into a Mars orbit. And remember, you only get one pass, otherwise you just shoot off into space. True, you can also use the engines and propellant to slow down as well. However, it makes no sense to do that when you can simply use the Mars atmosphere instead. So yes, the longer term exposure to deep space radiation is troublesome, but it is manageable with the correct mitigations and shielding configurations. But then you have the lengthy stay on Mars itself. NASA has reported quite detailed papers on the expected radiation dose for a mission to Mars. Based on a 6-month trip, a single astronaut will be exposed to an estimated 300 millisieverts of radiation. To put that into perspective, an average human on Earth would be exposed to a little over 6 millisieverts per year. If we then also assume that the crew would spend 18 months on the surface while they wait for the planets to realign to make the journey back to Earth possible, they will be exposed to an additional 400 millisieverts on the surface over that time. That trip isn't over, of course, another 6 months for the return and another 300 millisieverts, so that adds up to a grand total exposure of around 1000 millisieverts for a full trip to Mars and back over a 30-month period. Now that works out to be around 65 times the radiation the average person on Earth is exposed to over this same period of time. Now that sounds horrific, doesn't it? But this is comparable to the increased risk in cancer that you would get if you just stayed on Earth and took up chain smoking, for example.
Not great, not terrible.
So with radiation damage like this, the main risk is that it can alter the structure of our DNA, causing abnormalities and cancers to mutate from previously healthy cells. At some point, we will hopefully develop better treatments to deal with such factors. We are starting to see the beginnings, just as an example, of quite interesting nanotechnology aiming to patrol the bloodstream and kill off target cells. After such treatments are available, perhaps small radiation damage over long periods of time can simply be cured. Certainly not high doses, of course, but it is interesting to think about that all the same. When it comes down to it, the unfortunate fact is that we really don't have a great deal of experience with travel outside the bounds of our magnetic field. With the exception of the handful of cases from the Apollo program, we've not really exposed many humans to such an environment. The Inspiration 4 mission was of course conducting research getting just a little higher in their orbit than we have been in the past few decades. The next mission, Polaris Dawn, aims to go even higher and do even more tests. So yes, radiation there is the biggest risk factor outside of a vehicle failure or something more catastrophic, but a few more factors that you may not even consider are equally crucial to prepare for. I'll talk about that more in just a moment, but before that, a massive thank you to Curiosity Stream today for supporting this video. Curiosity Stream is a subscription streaming service that offers thousands of award-winning documentaries. Their content library includes many great videos that expand in what we are learning right here today. Do you want to know more about Mars and the related challenges involved with human spaceflight? Take this episode of A Curious World just as an example. They also asked the question, can we colonise Mars? At almost 55 million kilometres away from Earth at its closest, Mars is obviously the very first achievable objective in interplanetary travel. Along with that, what will it take for humans to establish an Earth-independent way of life? That is a topic that expands well past the subject of our video here today. Scientists propose housing in lava tubes and, in the more distant future, even changing the atmosphere over time, something that we've got no current experience with. All we have are theories. I have been a subscriber to Curiosity Stream myself for several years, and there is just so much here to check out. Not just the space content that we all obviously love, but loads of stuff on travel, history, nature, science and technology. It is all here, and you can stream this incredible content worldwide on all your devices anytime. If you would like to satisfy your thirst for knowledge, give it a try by heading to curiositystream.com/MarcusHouse. With that, you can sign up for access at just $14.99 for the entire year. You'll find that link in the description below. So yes, the next biggest risk factor for a Mars mission, in my opinion, is simple isolation and confinement. We are a social species. We wouldn't have evolved if we weren't. The crew will be expected to stay in a spacecraft millions of kilometres away from home for a minimum of 2.5 years. And however trained one might be, that is not an easy thing to consider. Now, we all know how stressful it has been dealing with the pandemic, and many of us having restrictions in place limiting movements and contact. That was hard enough, but just think about being restricted to a small spacecraft and habitat for even longer, and you just might get a small glimpse into what it can be like. There is no outdoors where you can just go outside and clear your head, not without a full spacesuit on at least. If you're feeling cooped up, I'm not sure if being stuck inside a full spacesuit would help a great deal there or not. Everything you drink, eat or breathe has been brought with you. Water and air are all recycled. No matter how much work you throw yourself into, it is the downtime that is the most isolating. That time of rest where you are with your own thoughts. You can't just pick up a phone and talk to who you want. No internet, of course, only the media libraries that you've brought with you. How do you deal with that monotony? The crew could bring along state-of-the-art VR headsets just as one example. It's nowhere near Star Trek's solution of holodeck, but it's a useful way to trick your mind into some different experiences. Gaming in particular can be a great way to escape reality for just a while. The astronauts living on board the space station often say that the best pastime is to watch the Earth revolve below. That's a luxury removed though from an interplanetary trip like this. You also want to have good sleep and nutritional intake, which is also just as, if not more critical than here on Earth. It'll be very important in particular to make sure that you regulate the time for sleep in transit. There is no day-night cycle. The space travel in particular would certainly result in poor sleep patterns if not kept in check. Researchers have found that a person's circadian rhythm has a profound effect on their neurological and psychological behaviour, and this is also difficult on Mars. The Martian daylight is primarily a yellowish brown compared to Earth's blue-green. We are quite lucky though that a Martian day, also called a sol, is very similar in length to what we have on Earth at 24 hours and 37 minutes long. Even still though, researchers suggest that even this 37-minute long difference might have a negative influence on human sleep cycles and circadian rhythms over time. So what is the solution there? This is quite difficult to fix, is it not? Well, a simple solution for the problem is to create quite sophisticated, well-equipped artificial habitats that are capable of mimicking the light from Earth's atmosphere simply to help astronauts' circadian rhythms to improve sleep and their performance. It is obviously, however, not practical to try and keep the new Martians synced up with a 24-hour clock. This is one issue that they would just need to learn to live with. The mission control personnel for NASA's robotic missions to Mars already work on a Sol-centric work schedule, which at least gives us some practical experience in that regard. The next issue is the staggering distance. Mars on average is around 225 million kilometres away from Earth, and at this distance even light speed is frustratingly slow. It does differ a lot too, as it depends where both planets are in their orbits. It could take between 5 and 20 minutes to send a message to Mars in one direction, and then double that of course for a response. This detachment can have a very negative effect on the psychology of the crew. The mental aspects alone need to ensure that the brave people training for such a mission have the needed support and resources to deal with this issue. The crew need to be compatible too. You don't want to just confine a group of people together for years that create conflict with each other. Again, a lot of preparation is needed simply to select the right people. Interestingly, NASA has recruited people for a year-long simulated mission. This is a 1-year analog mission in a habitat to simulate life on a distant world such as Mars. all of course done here on Earth. The research and the results of these tests are essential to understand and plan around. The astronauts can't just depend on scientists and professionals here on Earth for immediate solutions. They must be able to come up with quick solutions by themselves and be socially compatible with each other. The International Space Station is a terrific resource, of course. Here, the crew can perform ultrasound scans on each other to monitor organ health, just as one small example. If a crew member is sick, they can help diagnose and treat them. The huge distance between Earth and Mars also means you can't be resupplied potentially for years. The obvious things like food, water and typical medicines would be pre-delivered, but it is very hard to imagine everything that you may need to solve any predicted problem. This is where a number of critical pre-supply ships are needed. With the colossal volume of Starship, anything imaginable could be delivered to ensure the first crewed landing teams have many years of supplies. It will also mean the first crewed missions can have a little more space dedicated to their comfort and morale. Some crop food production would help here, just as an example. It needs a lot of space, but as all of the food they're taking with them is non-perishable, growing some extra leafy greens and other useful crops would add a little extra nutrition to the diets of the crew, and it would also be a nice bonus to the psychological well-being, spending a little time taking care of the farm. Now, the next challenge is gravity. The astronauts are going to come across 3 different types of gravity fields on their journey. Firstly, microgravity in outer space, then 1/3 gravity on Mars, and of course, regular old 1G here on Earth. The crew must get used to these 3 different gravity fields, and transitioning from one to the other is actually really hard on our squishy human bodies. In micro-G, where the mechanical strain put on our skeletal system is essentially non-existent, our bones are not subjected to the same level of stress that they would normally be. As a result, you can experience progressive bone loss of around 2% a month. In other words, the moment you enter orbit, your bones start to undergo osteopenia, which, if unaddressed, eventually leads to severe osteoporosis. This also reduces the formation of bone-building cells, and it breaks down calcium in the bones, heavily reducing their strength. Where does all this calcium go? Yep, it is released into the bloodstream, and increased levels of calcium in the blood lead to a higher incidence of renal stones. Now, that is not a problem that you want on a distant mission from home, I can tell you right now. It is also worth noting that these changes to your body, along with getting used to different environments, drastically increases your chances for injury. You can just imagine how big an issue a broken arm or leg would be for such a critical mission. The gravity here also helps in maintaining our blood pressure. We've evolved to have that pressure distributed very differently across our body. For example, blood pressure in our feet is 200 mmHg, and in the brain it's only 60 to 80. In space though, at micro-G, the pressure is equalised all over our body. Now that makes it around 100 mmHg everywhere. Now, although short-term missions in micro-G don't seem to be too problematic, for long-duration missions this might cause severe problems. It increases the amount of blood in our brains, which can over time potentially damage various parts of it. Optic nerves, just as one example, can swell as well, causing vision impairments. Now, NASA is specifically working on solutions to these problems. Monitoring the astronauts closely through frequent organised scans and checkups alone can go a long way. It can even help us detect and prevent any harmful effect the journey might be having on them. There are devices that they can wear that will also help control their blood pressure by drawing fluids from the head into the legs or vice versa. NASA has also been researching effective medicines that they could take on a long space journey. When on the surface of Mars at 1/3 gravity, these problems are minimised, but still problematic to a degree. A lot of exercise in the transit stage of the mission would be essential to ensure that you don't land and then are incapable of doing any useful work when you get there. We see how difficult it is for those returning to Earth after a lengthy stay on the ISS. You might think that 1/3 gravity of Mars will be easier to adapt to than returning to the full 1G, but sadly probably not. Although the equipment will weigh a little less than it would back on Earth, the time spent in micro-G would completely rearrange your balance and coordination, potentially incapacitating someone for at least the first few days. With no existing ground crew in situ to assist, the crew will need their own solutions to assist themselves. So finally, you have got the problems associated with the closed environments for years at a time. The health of the internal ecosystem of the space habitat is something that you may not actually think too much about. Microbes change their behaviour in space. They transfer between humans much easier. Researchers have shown that space travel might actually weaken our immune systems as well. It has been critical to learn as much as we can from research on the ISS with these closed environments. Various samples are taken from the crew, and the station itself is swabbed regularly for analysis of the microbial population. And what we have already achieved on the ISS is a testament to the brilliant minds out there already putting solutions into place to ensure that we all know what is needed to explore a new world. And there is a lot more coming, I'm sure. So yes, I am super interested in all of your thoughts on all of these areas. We could literally make full videos on each one of the risk factors here alone, so do let us know what interested you most in the video below there in the comments. It is great to dive even deeper where we can in the future. So having a greater understanding of all of these areas, how long do you think it's going to be before we can see humans exploring the Mars surface? Is Musk's guess for around 2029 remotely possible? Realistic for an HLS mission to the moon, sure, but for a crewed mission to Mars and back? As always, it is the unknown unknowns that can become the biggest problems that we face. What else can you think of, though, that we haven't covered? Let me know in the comments, and thanks for subscribing here to follow the industry and what we all do. Thank you for all of the incredible viewers and supporters. You could be a regular viewer of our content, perhaps a patron or YouTube member, as you see here scrolling up there supporting what we do, or maybe you could be picking up some of our gear from our merch store, such as this Mars Here We Come shirt that you see here. That design is also, by the way, available in a wide range of products and clothing styles. No matter how you support what I do, know that it contributes so much to what we do, and it allows us to increase the time that we can spend collectively in research, editing and quality control, especially for videos like this one that take just a little bit more research. If you do like what we're doing and you'd like to help assist us directly, the links are there below. In the tile in the bottom left, we have another interesting video talking more about the travel to Mars. In the top right is my latest video, and in the bottom right, content that YouTube has selected from the channel just for you. Thank you to you right there for watching. I will see you in the next video. This video is supported by Brilliant. Hey, Marcus House with you here, 1 week down in 2022, and I tell you, this year is going to be quite astounding. After the eventful year we've just had in 2021, it is easy to forget just how far we've come in 12 months. We are exploring the past and the future of space. The artists out there always helping to bring this story to life. Then finally, we've got a bit of a surprise that we've worked on. You are going to love this. Throughout this last year, the production team and I have been privileged to be able to help keep the global space community up to date with Starship Development progress. For those that are new to this topic that may not immediately understand the implications of what you are seeing here, this is SpaceX's Starship and Super Heavy rocket. If the goals of the program are successful, we will have the capability to finally transport cargo and passengers to Earth orbit, the Moon and even Mars much more cost effectively. The most astounding thing is it is planned to be the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever created, and it'll be fully reusable and extremely cost effective compared to anything that exists today. If they can pull this off, it'll quite literally change the industry forever. I have loved presenting these events as accurately as possible in a fun and easy format every Saturday, and thank you for coming back time and time again to take this ride with us. With your continued support, this channel has grown, helping us to reach a wider audience and share these historical developments. Of course, none of this would be possible without the tireless efforts from the entire space community. Without Lab Padre, Starship Gazer, NASA Spaceflight, and all of the many photographers and videographers out there, many events would not even reach the wider community with the frequency that it has. Add to this RGB aerial photography as the community's eyes in the sky, and we have every angle covered. But we want more, right? We want to be able to see what SpaceX is planning before it becomes reality. This is where the army of hobby and professional 3D artists come in, gathering all of the images and videos taken on site and converting them into the most amazing 3D models and renders. After the astounding test flights of Starship prototypes throughout the last 12 months or so, it isn't hard to see why the artists have dedicated huge amounts of their time to bring this story to life. Let's take Alex Span just as an example. If you want to know anything about SpaceX's Raptor engine, you are covered here. This is the incredible engine in real life. Neat, huh? The next versions of these, the Raptor version 2, will have a thrust force greater than 230 metric tons each. With the many photographers of the Raptor, Alex created magic like this, a 3D model so detailed that you could even explore it rendered as glass. From there, it was onto the full Starship, and even animations such as simulated launch material and also flight and re-entry animations. This here is what we are hoping to see early this year in real life with SpaceX's first orbital test flight. What is particularly exciting, I think, is that from nowhere, Alex has created all of this magic and inspired other rocket development agencies to take notice as well. So much so that Alex has been working directly with the launcher, creating official presentation material. That's another project that we're going to be looking at closer into the coming year. If you are loving that Raptor model, by the way, Ethan here has some pretty mad skills too, as shown here in this model of his Raptor number 50. The time that goes into this work is just mind-boggling. Corey, also known as Seabass Productions, is another very talented individual. He has been a staple of our channel here since almost day one, and I think it's safe to say he knows Starship inside and out. He has a great eye for detail, like we see here in one of my favourites, the inner view of the Starship plumbing. I like its simplicity for those that are new to the Starship scene. It explains the fuel storage and tank layout and the autogenous pressurization systems that Starship needs to keep the tanks pressurized while the fuel is rapidly decreasing in flight. It is all very interesting, and again some more incredible journeys to explore here with the breathtaking animations on what a Starship launch could look like, along with the wild plan of catching the booster right out of the air on its return. The real-life first catch attempt will likely be on a future booster, perhaps the second or third to fly, so this animation uses the upgraded 33 engine layout rather than the current 29 Raptor engine booster full. Just stunning work as always, Corey, keep it up. I do want to say a personal thank you to Tony Bella, a fellow Australian who has been so incredibly generous sharing his time and content with me and the entire space community. There is something very unique and compelling about the intricate information graphics he creates right here. As you can tell, he is an award-winning illustrator, graphic designer and cartoonist. It is meticulous work too, not only all of the amazing Starship and SpaceX related infographics and illustrations, but more that maybe you haven't noticed. The Mars Perseverance rover graphic is incredible, Apollo missions and all of that sort of thing. Thanks for inspiring everyone and myself with these, and for the friendship as well. As always, Tony provides high quality versions of all of these images free on his website for non-profit and educational purposes. Hopefully Brendan needs no introduction here, as he is a member of our close-knit production team, a real stickler for Starship and the goings-on over at Starbase. Starship production is not easy, with domes, nose cones and segments appearing all over the place all the time. One handy tool is Brendan's Starbase production diagram. We use it here all the time, and I find this an incredibly handy reference point when I need to draw on the most current information. Likewise, anytime there is a change at Starbase or the construction site, you can count on O to be on the case. He is like the Sherlock Holmes of the new Starship and Starbase components showing up all the time. His insights are always instrumental, and he turns these thoughts into 3D renders that are out of this world using Blender. This is a crucial source for the latest in Starship developments. Over many months now, I've seen firsthand how he goes about deciphering and rendering a representation of a single part or assembly, and that is all just from the images that he's seen from the wider community. I have really enjoyed watching reality unfold and seeing how close he is to reality as we see the real assembly taking place. An awesome source to follow, and I can't wait to see what predictions appear in 2022. Now, if you would like to know the process that SpaceX are going through to create a Starship, you really can't go past the videos here by Deep Space Korea. These two brothers unite to create this magic, and here is a prime example of collaboration with Alex Span, helping by promoting his Raptor model to further illustrate the amazing design of the Starship. I just love how all of this comes together into a thing of beauty. Now, we share the beautiful renders from Eric X all the time. I don't know how much of an introduction Eric really needs, as he has accumulated quite the following here on Twitter. One thing that you may not realise though is how close Eric works with Mike, who runs the Small Stars channel here. Just this one video explores potential interior options for SpaceX's lunar Starship, so there is lots of amazing crossover content created by both of them that is quite often the eye-opener. In fact, you do want to follow both, as it's always great to see one of their epic renders drop. If you're interested in the even more distant future, SpaceX Vision has a passion for visualising space exploration concepts way down the track. The 3D renders presented reflect the overall space community's desire to see more of what could be, and using the Starship as a springboard, creative imagination takes a leap into the unknown here. What if we had artificial gravity capability for Starship by rotating 2 Starships from a rigid connector? How about a more dedicated fuel depot and the benefits that this could have to future missions preparing to head off to the Moon or Mars? This is the beauty of the creative process and the freedom to explore that captures the imagination. It is sure to delight all of the sci-fi fans out there, and just imagine what can become a reality when we can launch 100 or maybe even 150 metric tons to orbit at a time very cost effectively. With future industries being engaged and being able to profit off mining, supply and trade, this is all epoch-defining stuff. So yes, there are just so many wonderful artists, I couldn't possibly do them all justice in one video segment, and let's not forget others like Ryan Hansen's space and his attention to detail, especially in the renders of the launch tower, or Casper Stanley creating amazing assets for so many out there, creating Rocket Explorer, which lets you tinker with so many of these models. There are so many more too that I just don't have time to share, but if you are a real lover of this Starship story, check out all of the links below, and thanks to everyone for bringing the space community along on this amazing ride. The number of people impacted by all of this work is significant. To those that have worked with us and reached out to us over the past year, please know this thank you is for all of you as well. You have helped to make not just my channel, but the entire space community better off with your amazing creative talents. Now, I haven't spent a lot of time in previous videos talking about Elon's last Starship presentation, and today I've got something a little different for you, something I think that you are really going to love. I'll jump into that in just a moment, but first, today's video is brought to you by our amazing sponsor, Brilliant. Now, I can't think of any better way to learn a new topic than by working through problems myself, and that is exactly what Brilliant provides. This interactive learning platform lets you explore math, science and computer science concepts in fun, hands-on ways. If you are looking for ways to better yourself for the new year, think back to some of those areas of interest that you may have, questions perhaps that you would love to understand more deeply. Whether you're looking to learn something completely new or trying to brush up on a few topics, you will find the information that you're looking for in Brilliant's extensive library of material. Take this Computer Science Fundamentals course just as one example. Computers can make almost countless decisions every second, but what you may not know is that most of these decisions can be broken down into very simple processes. This course explains it with easy to understand visuals like this decision tree. It is so awesome to visualize the ideas in this way, and it means that you can learn in bite-sized pieces and then build on that knowledge as you progress. If you are naturally curious and you want to build up those problem-solving skills, then consider checking out Brilliant. At the same time, you can join me and a community of 8 million learners and educators by heading to brilliant.org/MarcusHouse. That will give the first 200 people 20% off the first year of Brilliant Premium. You'll find that link in the description below. Now, Elon's last Starship presentation I thought was quite inspirational, and by using all of the assets at our disposal, we have created a mini Starship presentation of our own. I think this is a great way to bring in the new year. 2022 is going to be astounding, so strap in, hold on tight, and enjoy the ride.
The overarching goal of SpaceX has been to advance space technology such that humanity can become a multi-planet species and ultimately a spacefaring civilization, and to make true the things that we read about in science fiction and have them not always be fiction. What we're aiming to develop with Starship is a generalized means of transporting large amounts of mass or people anywhere in the solar system. The idea behind this is to have the first fully and rapidly reusable rocket. That's really the holy grail of rocketry. If you can have a fully and rapidly reusable rocket, then the cost of transport of a ton to orbit drops by about 2 orders of magnitude. if we are successful, and at least from a design standpoint, it appears all of the calculations close for having a fully reusable 100-ton to low Earth orbit capability. It has the potential to affect human destiny in a very profound way. Intuitively, if you ask people how to understand materials, they will, if you say, we want to make something incredibly light, they'll say probably you want to use state-of-the-art carbon fiber composite. That's usually what they'll say. And that's what we started out with, which was really a very advanced carbon fiber. It costs $130 per kilogram, so it's a very expensive material. And there are some challenges if you want to make the primary structure out of carbon fiber. But when you look at the full mass and complexity of the carbon fiber system, you start having things that reduce the mass efficiency of carbon fiber, such as having an inert liner and being worried about gas permeating through the carbon fiber and that kind of thing. So we just weren't making rapid progress with this material. So the other two materials worth considering are a high-strength form of aluminum or aluminium, or potentially steel. So for Falcon 9 we use aluminum lithium, which is the highest strength weight aluminum alloy that you can use. Very difficult to weld, but that's what we use for the primary structure of Falcon 9. The material costs arguably on the sort of $40 a kilogram level. And then there's steel. Now stainless steel only costs about $4 a kilogram. The interesting thing about 300 series stainless steel is that strength properties at cryogenic temperatures increase dramatically. No meaningful increase in brittleness. For Starship, both the fuel and the oxygen are cryogenic. The fuel and oxidizer are cryogenic. Now you get the strength properties in the primary structure of both tanks. We developed our own alloy, which is 30X, which is better than either 301 or 304. And there are some challenges if you want to make the primary structure out of carbon fiber, which is that you've got to contain cryogenic fluid, and you need gas, sort of what's called ullage gas, pressurization gas, to pressurize the propellants in the main tanks. The vehicle is autogenously pressurized, so the oxygen tank is pressurized with gaseous oxygen, and the fuel tank is pressurized with gaseous methane. Making the vehicle reusable, so now it's coming in very hot. The ship is coming in at hypersonic velocities, kind of like a Mach 25 entry velocity. But if you've got steel, your melting point is much higher than aluminum, and you can handle much better temperatures than carbon fiber. The resin tends to have problems anything much above, say, 200 Celsius before carbon fiber or aluminum you start falling off a cliff from a strength standpoint. But for steel, you go 800 and it's fine. Even 1,000 can be fine. So for the ship, this means that the heat shield mass is significantly reduced. The heat shield mass is determined by the temperature on the back of the tile that it then transmits to the hull. If the hull is steel, you can have thin heat shield tiles, so it is actually lighter than the most advanced carbon fiber vehicle. So we're from $130 a kilogram advanced carbon fiber to $4 a kilogram stainless steel, from 120 plies to 1 ply. It's just foil from the mill, and basically the same strength. And don't even need to paint it, which is great. Paint on a big vehicle weighs many tons, and it's quite difficult to paint big things. The vehicle is very big, so one of the things that helps with reusability is scale, because, for example, the electronics that control the brain of the vehicle, if you will, does not actually get any heavier if it is a big vehicle or a small vehicle. So things like avionics control, inertial measurement, sensors and whatnot round out to basically almost no percentage of the mass for a big vehicle. Whereas for a small vehicle, obviously that would be much more of an issue. So scale certainly helps. We're using the most advanced engine cycle, which from a physics standpoint is the best. You can extract the most amount of momentum for a given amount of fuel or propellant, which is a full flow gas-gas staged combustion engine. That's the Raptor engine. There are currently 29 of those on the face of the booster. We'll be expanding that to 33. And at 33 engines, and with the Raptor 2, we'll be doing about 7,700 metric ton force of thrust on liftoff. About 2.3 times the thrust of a Saturn V. It's really a very big vehicle. It's the biggest rocket ever designed, and we're close to our initial orbital launch. We've done several suborbital flights and have been able to land the vehicle successfully. The first orbital flight we're hoping to do in January. Completed the first orbital booster and first orbital ship, and we'll be complete with the launch pad and launch tower later this month, and then we'll do a bunch of tests in December and hopefully launch in January. There's a lot of risk associated with this first launch, so I would not say that it is likely to be successful, but I think we'll make a lot of progress. NASA is providing some support, but this has really been an internally funded effort, at least 90% internally funded thus far. And we expect to reach orbit probably, I don't know if we'll get there on the first attempt, but I'm confident we'll get there next year, and we intend to have a high flight rate next year. We've also built a factory for making a lot of these vehicles, so this is not a case of just one or two. We're aiming to make a great many. The engine build rate is currently the biggest constraint on how many vehicles we can make. Ultimately, in order for life to become multiplanetary, we'll need maybe 1,000 ships or something like that. And I think people may know that NASA has selected Starship for the transport of astronauts to the lunar surface. So we look forward to doing that for NASA. It has the ability, because of the mass transport capabilities of transporting enough mass and people to the moon, to actually have a permanently occupied base on the moon. Much as we have like a permanently occupied base at Antarctica, we could have a sort of a moon research station, which would be amazing. You know, there's always some risk going into deep space. Going to the moon, like obviously the United States has done that before, and it would be great to go back and great to have a permanent base where we can have like a significant science contingent actually permanently occupied. It would be epic. So once you're on the moon, of course, you're protected by the moon below you, and then you can put a lot of lunar regolith on top of whatever the research station roof would be. So once you're there, easy to protect. On the way, we'll have to check the weather report. And for Mars, it's going to be trickier. You know, obviously we don't have all the answers here, but and there may be some clever ways to reduce radiation effects. But I don't think they're insurmountable. The first thing we'd want to do is confirm that we can land the ship safely on Mars. So we want to probably land 2 or 3 before sending people, and just confirm that we can land safely. We'll certainly have propulsive landing very reliable on Earth, as we've been able to achieve with the Falcon 9 booster. It's now quite normal for the rocket to land safely, and we'll do the same with Starship. Ultimately, Starship is designed to be a generalized transport mechanism for the greater solar system. Basically, at any place we can put the gas station, that gives us another whole leap forward. Launching one vehicle that is very well insulated, but does not return to Earth, effectively a propellant depot. So if you take a ship, a Starship, and you take the heat shielding off and replace that with thermal insulation that's just very, very good at keeping things cold, then you can have one ship up there that effectively just turns into a propellant depot, and then you send tankers up there to dock and transfer propellant. You should be able to be there for a while, and then whatever ship you want to go to the moon, you go up and dock with the depot, transfer propellant, and off you go. If we could build a propellant generation on the moon, then we could really send something with very high delta V. And if we have a base on Mars with high delta V, now you can basically planet hop from Mars to Ceres, to maybe one of the moons of Jupiter, and ultimately all the way to the outer solar system. We're really excited and honored to be flying the Clipper mission. There could be some incredibly exciting things to discover, and hopefully are, under Europa. It seems like probably the best place for some strange life. So hopefully we find some really cool things. So yeah, I can't wait to launch the Clipper, and that'll be on a Falcon Heavy. The great thing about Starship is it really should enable us to send very big things, and also to send them fast, like need much less in the way of planetary gravity assists and that kind of thing. And so it's really whatever you can imagine. If you could get 100-ton object to the surface of Europa, there's a lot more you can do than with a smaller object. It's very exciting. Obviously, we still have a lot to prove, but architecturally, it is capable of transporting almost any arbitrary mass to any solid surface in the solar system. I think at least one of the great filters is, does a civilization become multiplanetary or not? If a civilization does not become multiplanetary, then eventually the sun's going to expand, and that's game over. So And actually, think about it from a percentage standpoint. If Earth's been around for 1.5 billion years, then it took us 100 billion years to get this far. It may be as soon as another 500 million years, and the sun might have expanded enough by that time to boil the oceans, potentially. It's not 500 million years, it's not much beyond that. Which is basically means that if it took 10% longer for a civilization to evolve, it would never have evolved. Fundamental juncture in the history of any civilization on a single planet, which is, do you get to the second planet or do you not? I propose we do. Obviously, along the way, we will learn a great deal about the nature of the universe. And I think we should do it as soon as possible. The window of this opportunity is opened now for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth. It may be open for a long time, or it may be open for a short time, and I think we should be hasty so that, just in case, it's only open for a short time. So that's what Starship's all about. A very profound vehicle. Nothing really like it is being developed, and I don't think anything quite like it has been even proposed.
So yes, this year is just going to be amazing. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to my amazing patrons here, along with all of you watching. 1 year ago, we had just passed 250,000 subscribers, and here I am now getting close to 400,000. You all just blow my mind each and every week. There is just no way that I could have made all of the content at the required frequency without all of that amazing support. If you have picked up gear from our merch store, such as this shirt that you see here, thank you to each and every one of you. If you are directly supporting through Patreon or YouTube, such as all these terrific people listed here, that also makes a world of difference to me and the team, and also lets us work on deeper dive topics from time to time as well. If you are interested in these topics and you'd like to keep up to date, remember to follow here below and on Twitter at Marcus House. In the tile in the bottom left today, we have my video from last week. In the top right is my latest video, and in the bottom right, content that YouTube has selected from the channel just for you. Thank you everyone for watching all this time, and we'll see you all in the next video. This video is supported by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for your online presence. Hey, Marcus House with you here, and welcome to 2022. Happy New Year to you all. We've got a bunch to cover today, including Starship and Starbase updates, and the James Webb Space Telescope progress. Russia launched its Proton successor, the Angara A5 rocket. OneWeb ended the year on a high note, and then finally, something that we worked on quite hard to celebrate the past year.
Yeah, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Starting off the news this week with a pretty significant update on the final FAA assessment for Starship flights at Starbase. Well, sadly, as many of you may already know, the release of the final Programmatic Environmental Assessment, or PEA, for Starship and Super Heavy launches is being delayed to February the 28th, 2022. Originally planned, of course, to release, well, yesterday on December the 31st. As stated by the FAA on their website, this delay is due to the high volume of comments submitted on the draft PEA. Now, although this is unfortunate, I think it's fair to say that the orbital flight test would more than likely slip due to the testing that still needs to occur, along with the finalisation of updates to Stage 0 and the fuel farm anyway. Regardless, we need to be patient now for another few months before that orbital flight test. At the build site, after a short Christmas break, workers were back in action and operations started to pick up again, with Booster 7's liquid oxygen tank section lifted up into the high bay and then placed on another 4-ring section. This means that the liquid oxygen tank is now 16 out of 23 rings tall. Furthermore, Booster 7's forward tank, section number 3, was spotted, leaving just one more left until we've seen all the sections for that booster. Furthermore, Starship Gazer posted a photo here of a new design of the ship's common dome, with a smaller opening on the top than previous ship common domes. This indicates that we'll be seeing some pretty drastic changes, I think, with the header tanks and downcomer possibly starting with Ship 24. Now, we have mentioned changes to the ship before, but here's the first official diagram of the new ring scheme with the old ship sections on the left and the new scheme on the right. If you look closely on Brendan's diagram, you may notice that you can actually see these changes when comparing Ship 23 next to 24. In fact, Austin on Twitter here shared a picture of Ship 24's middle liquid oxygen section already covered in tiles. To accommodate for the new plan, the tiles had to be moved up a whole ring as shown in this visual. A quick shout out there to Cham from the Ring Watchers account for providing the tiles to visualise this change. On Monday the 27th of December, Mary from NASA Spaceflight received an alert notice indicating a static fire attempt of Ship 20 in the 10 AM to 6 PM testing window for the next day. However, the pad was never actually cleared and the road was reopened again at around 1 PM, bit of a non-event there. Later on, Mary received another notice for the next day with the same testing window. Wednesday came, and this is where the real action started. The pad was cleared by 10:30 AM and the tank farm spooled up soon after. At 12 PM, Ship 20 came to life with a successful looking full duration static fire occurring. The vehicle was then depressed and we thought the testing was done for the day. However, with roads remaining closed, a few hours later propellant loading started once again. The water deluge system started up, indicating that the static fire was around 30 seconds away. However, an obvious abort occurred and the Raptors never actually fired up. Some action over with Booster 4, which has had numerous tests over the last week or two with the engine igniter systems. You can see just one test here carried out on Monday in the late evening. Thanks to Lab Padre and NASA Spaceflight live cameras, we could get a few perspectives on this. The audio is actually from Lab Padre's rover camera. As you can hear, it was quite an audible set of loud pops. Now, after the crane was rolled over to the orbital launch mount early in the week, it became apparent that Booster 4 may soon be taken off the pad again. Now, on Wednesday morning, it was hooked up while a booster transport stand was rolled next to the orbital launch mount. On Thursday, it was lifted up, and around an hour later, it was down on the transport stand again. I'm not entirely sure why this has been taken down, but I'm assuming that we will be seeing a lot of water deluge system work on the orbital launch mount to come, and perhaps thermal cover work on the engines needs to continue, and installing the remaining COPV aero covers. Okay, so last week we talked about the Booster 4 cryo-proof test. After looking into it a little deeper, it seems quite clear that SpaceX were actually using liquid oxygen as well as liquid nitrogen, which is a little out of the ordinary. So why do we think this? Well, we could see clear venting activity on the massive liquid oxygen tank at the orbital launch farm at the time. As shown in the Denks terrific diagram here, the liquid oxygen tank lines were frosted up, indicating that this must have been the case. It is quite an interesting process actually. The liquid oxygen tanks open at the discharge valve, which floods the full pipeline. Pumps send the liquid oxygen up the manifold on top of these kettle boilers in order to super chill it with liquid nitrogen. That also shrinks the volume down as much as practical at the same time. The super chilled liquid oxygen then comes out of the bottom of the kettle boiler and then up to the bunker where the valves inside will select between sending it to the launch mount or the launch tower. So although it's taken a long time for the site to be developed to do all of this, the progress with everything around the site has moved quite quickly over the past 7 months or so. Now, when it comes to the launch site development, it's natural to just think of Starbase at Boca Chica, Texas. After all, daily focus has very much been on this area for a long time now. In 2022 though, we're going to begin to hear more on the longer term vision of the launch site development at Kennedy Space Center. Originally developed in the 1960s to support the Saturn V and the Apollo program, roughly 95% of the land acquired back then is still actually untouched. Striking a balance between spaceflight activity and protection of the natural resources is absolutely vital here, and with this in mind, a recent request from SpaceX to NASA's Kennedy Space Center will see an environmental assessment conducted on a new Starship launch site facility. If approved, it will be known as Launch Complex 14 39, located just to the northwest of Launch Complex 39B, which will be used by the Space Launch System. The site that SpaceX is considering here was originally reserved in the 1960s, designated Launch Complex 39C. However, this never came to fruition. Now, the previous planning efforts here have been supplemented by the Kennedy Space Center Master Plan. This is a great read if you would like to learn more about not just the past development plans, but also the long-term vision for the next 20 years. The link is in the description if you would like to dive into that yourself. So this possible launch pad 49 for SpaceX would be in addition to the site at pad 39A. Elon Musk stated that a Starship orbital launch pad construction began a few weeks ago within the perimeter of the ground, so we can expect to see improved versions of ground support equipment and a launch tower as well. As for launches, well, Elon is hoping for a Starship launch from the Cape this summer. Also, let's not forget about the Roberts Road Operations Facility, because there are also unconfirmed plans here which include a launch control centre. Details on this original proposed site development have been quiet for some time now, and I'm keen to hear if this is indeed going to happen. One thing is for sure, a part of the Launch Complex 49 proposal is also an expansion of Roberts Road for the Starship and Super Heavy program. So yes, back in Texas, a lot of work continues with the new wide bay. Quite a lot of cladding has been already placed outside now as level 2 and level 3 work continues. So yes, a little bit of a slow start to the week with vehicle construction, but all the same, a big thank you to Brendan Lewis keeping us all up to date with the latest Starship production diagrams. It has been terrific watching these diagrams progress over the year, so thanks for supporting what Brendan does here and for what we all do working on these videos. Just so you know, we've also got this shirt for sale in our shop here for a limited time as well. A terrific blueprint design using this same production diagram style. I just love this one. The link for that is in the description below. Well, the James Webb Space Telescope has been quite the story. That launched on the Ariane 5 rocket at exactly the same time that my video was going live last Saturday. Thank you Ariane Space for making this all look very textbook, because this was one launch where we certainly didn't want to see any surprises. With 25 years of development and $9.7 billion US invested, seeing any mishap here would have been absolutely devastating, so you can imagine everyone's relief right here. Quite a lot has happened since then though, which I'll talk about in just a second, but just check out how this beast jumps off the pad with the solid rocket boosters providing around 90% of the total thrust at liftoff. And there we go, it is gone, with it piercing the clouds just seconds later. A smooth ride all the way to orbit followed, and 27 minutes into the flight, the upper stage released this marvel of modern science weighing over 6 metric tons. Well done Ariane Space there, an incredible end to 2021, and what is even better is that the Ariane 5 rocket completed its mission so well that it leaves excess fuel for the telescope, which is likely to extend its lifetime expectations significantly more than a 10-year science lifetime. So what is next for James Webb in this incredibly complex mission as it prepares to deliver stunning imagery of our universe? I'll jump into that in just a second, but first, today's video is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform to build your online presence and promote yourself, your business, or your brand. It really is so simple to get started as well, with a mountain of templates to choose from, all categorized right here. Personally, I quite like this Crosby template. I just select this one and bam, I just need to change my fonts and colors, upload a few of my images, and that is it. I've got a website structure immediately ready for content. You can set this up super quickly and sell stuff too. Do you have some merch? Maybe some artistic work that someone would just love to pick up? All those e-commerce features such as expensive payment gateways, compliance requirements and security concerns are all simply taken care of with the inbuilt system. Also, you can offer payment via PayPal, Apple Pay and Stripe. You just connect them up and those options will be available to your customers. Just head to squarespace.com/MarcusHouse and save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. You'll find that link in the description below. So yes, what steps have been taken by the James Webb Space Telescope since the launch, and what milestones can we expect to see before it enters service? Jonathan McDowell here provided us with this great list to see all of the steps needed for the full deployment of the telescope. Prior to reaching that Lagrange point 2, there is already plenty of tasks to perform. Just 31 minutes into the flight, the solar panels were unfolded to ensure the power supply. 2 hours after the launch, the high-gain antenna was deployed, ensuring communications back to Earth. Then 3, 4 and 5 days after the launch, the sun shield deploys but is not yet unfolded. The tower then raises the still folded telescope upward and the momentum flap is put into position. So what is this for? Well, the radiation of the sun hitting the sun shield slightly pushes against the spacecraft. Now we're only talking micronewtons per square metre, but over time this would set the telescope tumbling. That flap just equalises the solar pressure. Now we have already seen news on events happening here, with NASA tweeting out on Wednesday afternoon that the team successfully extended the deployable tower assembly, which makes space for the sun shield deployments. In the following days, the sun shield began the unfolding process, which all appears to have been going very smoothly. Then 10 days after the launch, so in a few days' time, the telescope itself swings into place over a 3-day period. So with many potential points of failure here in this entire process, the time and the budget for its development will hopefully pay off here. Correction burns are needed as well, of course. The first one happened about 12 hours into the flight, which was a 20 metre per second burn, taking over an hour. That's a very low thrust, but this enables them to adjust with very high precision. Then just 2.5 days after launch, another correction of 2.8 metres per second was executed. So we have then the final correction burn, which is planned for 29 days after launch on approach to the L2 orbit destination. That should be on the 22nd of January, and after this the commissioning phase lasts about 150 days. During that time, fine-tuning of the instrumentation will take place and be verified. Right up to 120 days after launch, the James Webb Space Telescope, now shielded by the sun shield, will reach its operational temperature at -223 degrees Celsius, the temperature needed to observe near-infrared waves from extremely distant objects. I just can't wait to see the first images broadcast back to Earth toward the middle of the year. Now, congratulations to OneWeb and Arianespace this week after they launched their last mission of the year on the 27th of December. OneWeb in this 12th mission sent up another 36 satellites into low Earth orbit on a Soyuz 2.1B rocket from Baikonur Cosmodrome. The launch all went to plan, with OneWeb shortly after tweeting out that over 60% of the constellation has now been launched. So Arianespace has had quite the impressive year, with this mission launching just days after the James Webb Space Telescope. They have launched in total 15 missions in 2021, which is 50% up on 2020. It's going to be quite intriguing, I think, to see the OneWeb network begin its service rollout. And it's getting quite close now, with a timeline for a global service launch by the end of 2022. How this service will compare to Starlink remains to be seen, of course. With the OneWeb constellation at over 1,000 kilometres in altitude and Starlink at around 500 kilometres in altitude, the latency might be a tad higher, but not by a large amount. The claim from OneWeb's CEO Neil Masterson is that the target market is quite different from that of Starlink, saying that where SpaceX delivers satellites that are aimed at consumers and households, OneWeb is focused on enterprise customers. Now, I'm not sure why that Starlink can't service either customer, so that to me still seems like quite the claim. I imagine there will be some real competition between both services for sure. So are we likely to see OneWeb being fully deployed this year? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Roscosmos launched another heavy lift launch vehicle this week. On Monday, the 27th of December, we saw the liftoff of the Angara A5 from northwestern Russia. Being the third ever orbital flight of this beast, this was a test flight to send a dummy payload to a geostationary orbit using the newly developed PRC upper stage. The payload for this was just a mass simulator weighing in at around 2,400 kilograms. So the upper stage is a modernised version of the Block DM-03 upper stage, which flies on the Proton rocket. This version was designed to be specifically flown on Angara though, and it is powered by the RD-58M stage combustion engine. The engines are powered with liquid oxygen and RP1, and this engine belongs to the family of RD-58s, which was originally designed for use on the N1 rocket. With a specific impulse up around 360 seconds, this engine is impressively efficient. Sadly though, this PRC upper stage for the mission failed to perform its second burn, resulting in it being stranded in a degrading low orbit. This means that the quite sizable stage is going to, over time, deorbit itself, with the potential for some of it to not completely burn up and hit the surface. More news will emerge on this as a clear re-entry time is determined. So yes, certainly not the result that they were after, but there will be more test flights coming as they iron out the kinks, I'm sure. The Angara first flew in December of 2013, and as these test flights progress and Angara A5 gets readied for operational launches, the Soviet-era Proton will finally be retired. That uses the dinitrogen tetroxide oxidizer and UDMH fuel, which is super toxic stuff. So with the introduction of the Angara rocket, the environmental safety increases, while at the same time the specific impulse improves. This heavy lift A5 variant can lift 25 metric tons to low Earth orbit and up to 5.2 tons to a geostationary transfer orbit. In future, that is also going to increase an extra 2.1 tons due to an even more efficient hydrogen-powered upper stage. So best of luck for the next Angara A5 launch. That may not be until late 2023. Okay, so I think that given that this is the 1st of January today, we really need a quick look at the highlights that we saw from last year. We worked hard on this neat list, and afterward a few other quick points to talk about as well. Hey, Marcus, House with you here. Happy New Year to you all, and welcome to the first episode of 2021. We are jumping straight in with this week's Starship Development.
It's not every day you get to launch a rocket into orbit off of an airplane, so it was pretty awesome.
And with that, another one leaves the crust and is on its way to orbit.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2. And Gwen.
The crew reports that they are feeling well, and that's quite a feat in itself, to be feeling well after 6 months in microgravity.
speed and liftoff. Liftoff will show you the 19 the ignition for the first round.
Pushing Dragon into low Earth orbit on the way to the International Space Station.
Now that's what I call a 2050 material. Wow, that really was quite the year, wasn't it? And all with the great challenges caused by the pandemic. Certainly not bad at all. Can you imagine what is coming now for 2022? This is going to be quite the year as well. We have the James Webb Space Telescope putting itself into action. We have the Starship Orbital flight test and all of the build work that goes along with the crazy development at Starbase. The SLS and Orion should finally take to the sky. No idea if Starliner will fly this year. Who knows? We want to see more Falcon Heavies. Oh gosh, do I miss those. And of course, plenty of Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon missions as well. You think that last year was busy? You have not seen anything yet. As I said at the end of last week's video, thank you all so much for a wonderful year. The opportunity here with you, I certainly do not take lightly. One of my goals this year is to increase the capacity of the team, along with keeping the quality of what I do aligned, so that I'm continuing to get a little more work-life balance. I did make some quite big steps towards that over the past 6 months, something that I certainly couldn't have done without your amazing support here, whether it's simply coming back and watching videos right through or liking and subscribing to the channel. All of this helps, but the even bigger thanks goes out to these amazing people, most of whom I've never met or spoken to outside of just text messages here and there. To think that you have provided support each month expecting very, very little in return, look, it just amazes me, and it's an absolute honor. Thank you for supporting me, for supporting us to do this incredible thing here. Happy New Year. I'll be back again next Saturday. This video is supported by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for your online presence. Hey, Marquez House with you here, along with the mountain of updates around SpaceX's Starbase facilities. This week, there is a load of Falcon 9 news, including the launch of NROL-85, hopefully coming up over the weekend. All eyes are on Rocket Lab's reusability test mission. Crew 4 preparations are underway as the Axiom space team finalise their mission in preparation to return. Huge news for Aerojet Rocketdyne, and of course, the wet dress rehearsal of the Space Launch System.
Good deal, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
A heap of testing continues this week with Booster 7, all in preparation to prove out the vehicle for a potential first orbital test flight of the largest rocket ever created. The entire space community is waiting, probably impatiently like many of us, wanting to see the FAA approvals come very soon. But at this stage, the delays in the approvals haven't stopped the progress at Starbase in Boca Chica. Last weekend, Ship 24's 12-ring high section consisting of the common dome, middle, liquid oxygen and aft sections was removed from the turntable in the high bay and placed onto the transport stand. This was after having the sections welded together using the new robot welder that is high up on the wall. It was then moved over into the mid bay where its downcomer was lifted up and then installed into the vehicle. That of course sits between the oxygen tank below and the methane tank above and allows the methane to flow through to the Raptor engines. Ship 24's nose cone was moved from Tent 3 and exited the facility, making its way down Highway 4 with these spectacular sights. It soon entered back into the production facility down the road and was moved over to the high bay. That night, its nose cone barrel section also made a break for the high bay as well, following the same path as the nose cone had taken just a few hours before. Now, during that move, we were also offered a close-up view of the payload dispenser, which now has a door installed which was closed and sealed, something that we had nose cone to be guided onto the nose cone barrel to be easily stacked on top. All of this, of course, was indicating that the nose cone stacking was imminent, and yes, the nose cone barrel was moved into the high bay and onto the turntable that allows for welding using that robot as well. That is a change from previous nose cones that were welded by hand in the low bay. The next day, the nose cone was hooked up to the bridge crane and it was finally stacked. So this is hopefully going to be the first orbital class payload capable ship, and it is crucial for the future of Starlink. For the next few days, we saw the nose cone slowly rotate on the turntable as the welding robot joined the two sections together. Really nice to see the improvements in construction like this over time. Also in the high bay is Booster 8's liquid oxygen tank assembly consisting of the common dome and aft section number 2. This assembly was stacked on the aft section number 3 on Thursday night, bringing the liquid oxygen tank to 12 out of 24 rings tall. Now, what was surprising to me was that the new stretch-formed dome that we talked about a few weeks ago has now been moved to the scrapyard, indicating that it was just built as a pathfinder or maybe had an issue of some sort. Early in the week, a newly built stretch dome emerged from the tent. However, that one didn't last long either, as it was too scrapped with workers making cuts into the dome. That was later moved to the scrapyard. So yes, it's unknown what is going on there. I'm hoping that we're soon going to see one of these domes being used on an upcoming vehicle. It is possible, I guess, that a test tank would need to be built to allow the testing of these new domes before that can happen. But then, guess what? On that same day, yet another new dome appeared in the yard, bringing the total to 3 so far. So yes, they are starting to really pump these out now. On Thursday, that third new dome was lifted up and placed onto the sleeving stand, and that was later sleeved with the stack of 2 rings. This could be a welding pathfinder or possibly the start of a test tank. A new nose cone barrel, presumably for Ship 25, was also spotted in the nose yard, with gaps in the internal stringers to support a payload bay door, similar we think to Ship 24's. Over at the launch site, the Spacex LR11000 crane detached from Booster 7 early in the week, leaving it freestanding on the booster test stand dubbed the Can Crusher. Later on, ground support equipment hoses were attached, and then on Tuesday at 10 AM, the road was closed with an announcement that was heard over the PA, saying that the pad would be cleared at 11:30 for Booster 7 operations. Several hours later, venting was visible from Booster 7, presumably depressing its tanks after an ambient nitrogen pressure test. This is the first time that the booster cryostation pipes have ever been used as far as I'm aware, so they are most likely taking these first steps quite slowly and carefully. On Wednesday, the road was closed just after 11 AM, and 2 hours later the pad was cleared. After an hour of tank farm venting, a frost line formed on Booster 7's liquid oxygen tank, which indicates cryogenic liquid nitrogen was being loaded. Not too long after, the frost started to form on the methane tank as well. If you look closely here at the wall of the frost on the bottom tank, you may notice the ice falling off in chunks every few seconds. This looks similar to the old puck shucking test that we've seen in the past with ships. Could it be that we were seeing a structural test of the 13 inner engines using the thrust rams on the booster testing stand? Let me know what you think in the comments below. After a few hours of testing, the frost line on both tanks started to decrease as the tanks depressurized. Interesting updates with Ship 20, all 4 of the flight recorders were removed from the ship, which adds further evidence that there is no hypersonic test flight planned for this vehicle. Add to this its recent move next to suborbital Pad B, the thought is that it can only be here for either storage or additional ground testing if it even does get placed onto the pad at all. We also finally bid farewell to Ship 21 with SpaceX slicing into it on Friday. Not particularly surprising as it has been sitting here inactive for many weeks. SpaceX is making rapid progress at the construction of Florida's Starship Tower at Roberts Road. In the latest Pad 39A flyover by NASA spaceflight, we can see that there are now enough foundations in place here to pre-assemble all 8.5 segments of the tower. 4 of these have already been pretty much completed already. The Florida development appears to be taking a slightly different approach. Having those 9 concrete bases implies that Starship's Florida launch tower could be almost entirely prefabricated before SpaceX even begins to transport them out to the pad. Once they start to roll out these segments in a month or so, we should expect the tower to go up very quickly. Compare this to Starbase, where SpaceX were constructing 2 or 3 tower sections at a time before having them being moved to the pad and then stacking each completed section straight away. Once the structure of the tower was completed at Starbase, workers then had to spend months outfitting the tower with plumbing, wiring and even more. This didn't seem very efficient, and it would have been a much safer process lower to the ground. It seems now that SpaceX has decided to do as much of that work on the ground before the tower is actually assembled. We can already see the bumpers or the stoppers installed on the first tower section, which were not even installed on Starbase's tower until it was fully assembled at the pad. Those allow the chopsticks to rest on the base of the tower. Additionally, all sections are having the rails for the chopsticks installed on the ground as well. A recently released document indicates that the construction of a 100-metre high bay, officially named the Cape High Bay, has been proposed at Roberts Road, but the case has still not been studied. The work schedule is between March 1st to December the 1st, pending a study by the FAA. At Pad 39A, we were also offered some aerial views by SpaceX in the recent Axiom 1 launch, showing the progressing work of the tower base. The bottom half of the concrete base that the first steel tower section sits on has progressed rapidly. That being said, at Starbase at this point of the tower construction, the 6 pillars for the launch pad were already erected out of the ground. Regarding the tank farm for Starship, workers have been seen over at the old hydrogen storage sphere that was used for the Saturn V and the Space Shuttle. It still seems that this sphere is being converted to support liquid methane storage, as we see tanks installed next to the sphere. Then there is a lot of tanks and subcooling systems possibly for liquid oxygen right here. All this huge ramping up of the Florida Starbase facilities should mean that Starship will be able to begin orbital test flights within the next year to ensure that the Starship program will stay alive, even if the Starbase Environmental Review continues to halt flights out of Texas. So yes, a lot of Starship activity, but also this little gem if you love Starship animations. Tyne M here released this video called Mission to Mars, which shows what a future Starship mission to the Red Planet could look like. A massive 3-minute production and only a tiny little teaser here for you. A link to that is in the description, so do check it out. It would have taken forever to put this together, so yes, show your support there, which is most handy for anyone putting in all of this effort. It isn't always easy for this work to get the attention that it deserves, so thanks for helping spread the word. Likewise, of course, for you being right here watching. Thank you for coming back each and every Saturday. And of course, if you are visiting for the first time, a very big welcome to you. SpaceX's Falcon 9 launch of the NROL-85 mission from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California is currently scheduled to fly on Sunday. This is a National Reconnaissance Office satellite and is actually the second SpaceX NRO launch this year, the 4th overall. I'll jump into that in just a moment, but first, a huge thank you today to Squarespace for their support of this video. Squarespace is of course the all-in-one platform to build your online presence to promote yourself, your business or your brand. It is so simple to get started as well, with a mountain of templates to choose from, all categorized for your convenience. Simply select one that appeals to you and bam, you have got a beautiful brand new website immediately ready for your awesome content. Along with the great inbuilt tools, you will also find an extensive library of third-party extensions out there to accomplish even more to help you manage, optimize and expand your site further. I've found the help and the support terrific too. The YouTube channel alone releases new tutorial videos each week, and the Squarespace blog, help center and forum helps you keep up to date with all of the things possible in the platform. A great feature is the added email campaign system that is available by Squarespace as well. That allows users to subscribe and then you can easily communicate with them. When creating the email campaigns, just like with the website templates offered, there is an email template selector to get you started. To give it a try, just head to squarespace.com/MarcusHouse and save 10% off the first purchase of a website or domain. You'll find that link in the description below. So yes, it is nice to see the NRO embracing SpaceX's launch system still. This is all after proving themselves back on the mission in 2017 with the NRO-L76 mission into low Earth orbit from Kennedy Space Center. Remember back then at the time, the NRO didn't want to use a reused booster, nor did they even want to risk it being landed with reduced fuel margin. Due to that, SpaceX had no choice but to fully expend that booster. It took another 3 years before the second flight with NRO-L108 in 2020, but a lot had changed by then, with SpaceX more than proving the reliability of reused boosters at that point. In this flight, they flew a booster that had already been flown 4 times. Of course, that brings us to 2022 this year with the third NRO-L87 mission 2 months ago in